Good morning, all. I welcome you all to the third International Conference on Latest Trends in Engineering and Management, ICLTEM 2021, organized by Institute for Engineering, Research and Publication. So about IFERP, is a multidisciplinary professional organization dedicated to research and development within the field of science, engineering and technology. IFERP is a preponderant body that has brought technical revolution in development of science and technology. The IFERP forum constitutes of professional experts and overseas technical leaders. There are no stone unturned to strengthen the spheres of science, engineering and technology. These days, IFERP is one among the leading publishers of research papers in its prime quality peer-reviewed journals, continuing and analyzes the maxim. So coming to our conference, I would like to give a brief explanation about our conference. We are happy to announce you that the third International Conference on Latest Trends in Engineering and Management will be held on 26 Feb 2021 at Pune. Currently, we are at the place like the same conference. It is a great privilege and pleasure to invite you. The conference aims to be a top-notch forum to discuss the current progresses in engineering, technology and management fields, together with the recent developments based upon new concepts and advances in modern engineering and management. You are being granted with the opportunity to participate in the conference as authors, presenters, sponsors, exhibitors or listeners. We assure you that your participation will definitely be rightly rewarded as we look forward to your presence at Pune. So I would like to welcome all our honorable dignitaries. Firstly, I would like to welcome our eminent keynote speaker, Dr. Vinnaras Nithyanantham, M.A., M.Phil, M.Ed, M.Phil, M.Sc, M.A., Ph.D, Professor in Education, Department of General Education, College of General Education and Language at Lebanese French University, Kurdistan, Iraq. Good morning, sir. And Dr. Abhay Kumar, Vice-Chancellor, Pratap University, Sunderpura, Chandwaji, Delhi, Jaipur Expressway, Jaipur, Rajasthan. Good morning, Dr. Abhay Kumar. And I would like to announce our valuable session chairs, Dr. Sanjay Singh Thakur, Professor and Head, Department of Electronics, Telecommunication Engineering from Vidyanandkar Institute of Technology, Mumbai, and Dr. Sunil Badhada, Professor of Computer Science and Engineering, Srinidhi Institute of Science and Technology, Hyderabad, and Mr. N. Vivekanandan, Scientist at Ministry of Jal Shakti, Central Water and Power Research Station, Pune, Maharashtra. Thank you all for joining us during the pandemic situation and imparting their expertise with us. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome all our presentations from across India who has paid their valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies. So I would like to welcome our valuable keynote speaker, Dr. Vinnaras Nithyanantham, who is Professor at Education at Department of Education. At present, Dr. Vinnaras Nithyanantham is a Professor in Education at Lebanese French University, Iraq, and 1 year, 2 months of experience as a principal at Mother Teresa College of Education, Villupur, Pudukkottai, Tamil Nadu, at India. 10 years and 1 month of experience in Loyola College of Education as Vice Principal and Assistant Professor, and 2 years of experience in an ICSE board school as a PGT at Moga, Punjab. So, Dr. Vinnaras Nithyanantham, sir, we are so glad to be you as a part, as a keynote speaker. Kindly you can give your presentation so that we will be definitely proceeding with it.
Yeah, thank you.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, yeah, thank you. Yeah, Srikanth, thank you for your earnings. Okay, I'll start my lesson.
Yes, thank you, sir.
I like to share something. Okay, kindly allow me to share.
Just a minute, sir.
Okay.
Yes, you can share it, sir.
Very good morning, everybody. First of all, I welcome you all the delegates for the IFERP organized third international conference on latest trends in engineering and management for the virtual conference. First of all, I thank and my wishes to the organizing committee, the participants, and the eminent and honorable Vice-Chancellor Dr. Abhay Kumar and other professors, scholars, and my dear students. If you think Steve Jobs said, innovation is the ability to see change as an opportunity, not a threat. We are living at present in a pandemic situation. For example, the last year, COVID-19 affected the whole world in the field of engineering, management, education, everywhere. The same, it's begin again. But we think to create some new trends, new innovations, particularly in the field of engineering and management. So it's a good opportunity, shows the individual ability of every persons or experts. If you think about in engineering, we can find a lot of new trends we are following at present, like cloud computing, high performance computing, data analysis like big data, machine learning, web programming, geospatial technologies, IoTs, MOOC, and we are using some Uber, Ola, Amazon, Flipkart, next, like many more. But all the new trends leads every human being be on with the virtual connection. For example, before we were in the classroom, like we are sitting there and listening the lectures and the speech of the teachers, professors, and eminent scientists. They explain what to do, and we have done some experimentation. But at present, mostly the world become a virtual aspect, like using artificial intelligence. But in these things, how it's focusing the present society, whether it comes and it satisfy the consumer perception or social perception or psychological perception or multiple perception. When you think about a new trend in every field, not only in engineering, management, if you take all the fields, we have to satisfy the expectation of some of the things in the society. Particularly, all the things we are innovating, we are giving to the consumer, like the people, what they expect. They may think something when they go and buy a new mobile phone. They expect some new like applications and friendly use or something. But how it creates them to solve their problem virtually, physically, mentally, socially, and psychologically. So, what are the new trends we created? So, we have to focus on consumer satisfaction. That's very, very important, even in the management. even in marketing, even in engineering. If you take about the civil engineering, lot of changes. So I'm living in Iraq now. I see about the construction of buildings. The same time, some engineering, like in mechanical engineering, how many cars are there? How many new models are there? So I could see some changes which easily accessed by the people and they able to satisfy. They are changing every year to change the new version. So when we have they create their new trends, it should satisfy the perception aspects of the consumer. That's very, very important. At the same time, the social perception, every society expects something. Can we change the society? We all are in like ignorance of many things. We need some revolution because we use the word revolution in as a general, but it's a need in engineering, it's a need in management. Because whatever new things comes, it's always changing, updating. So maybe like the presenters of this conference, they may give new ideas for the social perception. Mostly when we go for a new trend or new innovation, we should focus on psychological perception. Because the psychological input is very, very important in all the field, not only in the medicine, not only in education, not only in engineering, not only in the management. Because when you think about IQ, now it should change the artificial intelligence. They think about the mechanical quotient, MQ, not only multiple quotient, they are becoming a mechanic quotient. The same time, sometime we used to talk about virtual quotient. So how we are developing the virtuality to know about new innovations, how it is, or this one is fulfilling every individual's psychological needs. If you take about the Maslow's hierarchical need of the human being to develop and fulfill their life in the society, so whatever new trend used to come, it should fulfill their psychological perception, particularly their emotional stability and their needs and deeds. Then I focus about the multiple perception. Yeah, it's always, we have to think the economy, we have to think about globe, our nation, our like the family, and many departments and the field of science. So we have to focus in multiple consequences. Like whenever we create a new trend, it should not focus only one particular group. It should focus a multi-speciality. So which can utilize for everybody, easy access or easy understanding, they can use it freely. For example, you see a simple example. When you go have use of the mobile phone like Apple, mobile phone like BlackBerry, mobile phone like Android, everything, how it shows their individual or individuality. So like this, when we create a new trends in the engineering or management, it should not show an individual speciality. It should show a multiple speciality, everyone to access easily. Then only it will be spread all over the people. Everyone can access and they get the benefits and change the world in different ways. The future technological shift will make current practices out of work. Yes, it's true. Whatever we update, whatever we do, anything, it will be changed. It will be modified. We have to update. Because whatever we used 1 year or 2 years before, it changed now. We are not using the postal. We are using the messenger. We are messaging with different apps. Even if you take the application in the mobile phone or in the computer, everything updated. New version. We use Expy. Now we are using like i7 or MS Office, different things. So we have to think the technology which will be continue and update and easy access by every human being for the better future. For long-term survival of these new trends or new innovation, the biggest problem is stability. Whatever we invent, it creates a thinking or thinking ability like artificial intelligence. Now you can see a lot of research articles, a lot of research in artificial intelligence. So when we think about that, it creates a new generation. It creates a new innovation, but it should be stable. That's very important because we are not making everything unstable. It's the biggest problem nowadays. If you take a management, lot of new trends. We are using media. We are using the media input for developing and advertising everything, even marketing. So with the help of media, we are doing now the simple marketing technology to access. You see, the Amazon, Flipkart, many things available in the global source. So we need to think about the survival with the proper stability. It should continue for some time. Then only they can use it or update. For example, the ordinary people, maybe the middle class people, they are able to access the iPhone, the version change. So still they are using the latest, not latest one. They are unable to use the latest one. So we have to make a stability on our new trends or innovation, which can easily access everyone. So it will create their thinking ability and their IQ and usability and better management for the whole nation or whole world. When you think about the recent trends in the management, everybody thinks in different perception, but I would like to tell the same. Like the recent trends in the management refers to the latest managerial practices that the managers use to effectively manage their employees. Now you go with the management concepts like a business management or marketing management or any customer management or banking management or accounting management. If you take anything, you say even HR management, how we manage effectively. Because we need some psychological perception to understand their sensation, to give a proper and effective management. As if you take about the marketing situation, it evolves. The managerial trends also evolved some changes. Yes, before we market with the pamphlets, books, but we are marketing everything with the YouTube, some medias. Now you see, simple thing, the cooking concept. We can see the millions of views in the YouTube nowadays. They are earning more than the people they learned and working as a professions. So simple things become developed. So we have to utilize the same and small, this type of intellectual consequence in the management trends to apply a proper management and management techniques or innovative techniques, which will help the whole world, not only in engineering, even in the management. These changes are subject to the market conditions of that time period because mostly it comes only the time period. Sometimes it may change in every time. The most popular recent trends in the management are nowadays like the total quality management, where it is. Then we are making like a risk management and crisis management. We have to focus on these things to give a proper input and innovation to change the world and the people, those who are learning the management, they have to follow the risk management because they should not come out. The same time they have to follow and manage the crisis. Lot of crisis. Think about in the pandemic period, we faced a lot of things. How we apply the new innovation to solve these problems, make a stable understanding among the society. So in the management field also, we have to focus these type of aspects. Mostly when you create a new innovation or trends in engineering and technology, everyone needs to be accomplished something. If you are not fulfill these things, whatever trends comes, whatever innovation or discovery, it will not solve our needs and needs. Because whenever you create a new trends, a new innovation for the field of engineering or management, it should give a social beneficiary. How the society will get a proper benefit. Because if you think about the cultural concept, nowadays we forget everything. It's changing and global culture forming the every festivals or every things. For example, if you go for a marriage, now changed, online marriage, online invitation. If you go for a food, now everything we are booking online, it will receive to our home through the hotels. Everybody, they are not giving about to come to hotel and eat. So they are making everything like a parcel service. So even if you want to travel, everything become a package. Even if you want to be a banking, like a bank or economic and the transaction, everything become now online. So when you make it any trends, how it will be benefit for the society, the people, those who are living in the society. We should not concentrate only the upper class. We have to concentrate the middle class, even the upper lower class, everybody. The same time, it should give some environmental safety, because you see some new trends, some new innovation affects the whole world. Even the COVID-19 also, because of the they were found something new, it spread. Even if you go for the whole world, we can see every year some new innovation affects the place and the environment. Even we are getting a lot of natural nature affects our people. Because of our innovation should not disturb the environment. That's very, very important. We have to give the assurance, because nowadays everybody worry about the environmentalists. They are worried about for the waste, particularly e-waste, how it will affect the nature, Mother Earth. So when we create the new trends, we should think the environmental safety is very, very important. So how to manage the environment, how the engineering will not affect any environmental consequence, even the nature of trees, nature of the water, everything. At the same time, it should solve the major problem of economic crisis. Because the whole world affects the past 2 years, lot of economic crisis. When you give a new trend, new ideas in the field, it should solve the problem. Even the management, accounting management, they have to give some new ideas how to solve the economic crisis, the value of currency, the value of gold, the value of petrol, even the value of oil, the value of the commodities, the value of the farmer commodities, the agricultural management, everything. So it solved the economic crisis. At the same time, it should give the assurance for physical safety. Because when they invent a new auto bomb or something, it affects. They don't know what will happen in the future. But we are losing a lot of people because we are not aware of the utilization and the performance and the effectiveness. Whatever we invent are giving a new things. So we have to focus on physical safety also. Even if we create a new mobile phone or anything, sometimes the mobile phone blast, even laptop also blasting. Even we are using some cars, innovative mechanism, but it's also blasting and killing the people. So we have to give some safety on physical aspect, like for the people. At the same time, Any new trends or new innovation, it should create national and international integration. Because now we always like a pride to be like this is created by this nation people or this country people like this. Yes, whatever created, it should give a integration so everybody can use it. It's not for one particular person, it's for not only for the nation, it's for the whole world. No one will fight against for these things, for this thing they can stop and do something. So now you see the world politics, the new trend, how it will go to solve the things. We have to think on this also. When you give innovation, at the same time it should create community integrity. It should not affect the social community, maybe like upper class, middle class, and lower class. It should focus everyone. It should not target a particular group. So it should give an integrity of concept. That's very important. At the same time, it should give a global revolution. Whatever we used, it's not stable. So when we give new things, it should give a global revolution. Everyone be on this, because it should not affect the people in a different consequence, maybe like social aspect or economic aspect or any other aspects. It should give a new revolution in the globe to save every people to follow a new trend, new generation. We are living in 21st century, but how many innovations came, but everyone used to access this one. It is useful for everything. Whatever we focused, but it affects many people. So whatever we do, we have to keep in a positive perception. It should give a positive global revolution. That's very important. At the same time, it should preserve or preserving the future, because we don't know about the future. Even nowadays, we are not teaching in English language, like we are teaching only present, past. We are not thinking about the future. Why? Because the future we unable to predict what will happen. But when you create a new trends, when you give a new ideas, new innovation, should preserve the future. It should be safety for our new generation, our future generation. So when we give any innovations in engineering or management, we have to think the future with the proper preservation. Otherwise, we are unable to solve anything in the world. So every year or every financial year, we have to face a lot of crisis. Finally, I want to conclude my keynote with the eminent and inspirational person for all the youngsters, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Once he said, you cannot change your future, but you can change your habits. And surely your habits will change your future. We always think to change the future, but try to give a habitual aspect. When our behavior, everything changes, it will change a perfect and better future for everyone. Thank you. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity given by the conference committee, particularly Institute of Engineering Research and Publication. I thank all the organizers, and I thank from my university, the president, the dean, and others, those who have given wonderful encouragement and opportunity to present the keynote speech for you. Thank you everyone.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable speech. We are so glad to receive your valuable speech, Dr. Vinnaras Nithyanantham, sir.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to welcome our another eminent speaker, keynote speaker, Dr. Abhay Kumar, Vice-Chancellor, Pratap University, Sunderpura, Delhi. Currently, Dr. Abhay Kumar is working as Pro-Vice-Chancellor of Sanskriti University. He has acquired an MBA and a doctorate degree with his hard work. He has a total work experience of 3.5 decades. He has been an entrepreneur for 3 years and worked in the industry for over 16 years as senior manager personnel. He has a keen interest in the field of marketing management strategy before being his forte. He has more than 17 years experience in teaching and research. He has a good number of research papers published to his credit. He also headed several management institutes of repute and served in universities as well. He has been supervising Ph.D, M.Phil, and MBA students in their research works and projects. He has also been the principal investigator of government-sponsored projects during his career. So, Dr. Abhay Kumar, we would like to hear your presentation. You can proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Shrikant.
Thank
At
you,
the outset, I would like to congratulate IFERP for organizing this wonderful conference,
Thank you so much.
international conference on the recent trends in engineering and management. I am Dr. Abhay Kumar. I am presently the Vice-Chancellor of Pratap University, Jaipur, Rajasthan. Before that, I was the Vice-Chancellor of IEC University, Himachal Pradesh also. So just to proceed, my background is management. However, I must put on record that everything is multidisciplinary these days. You just cannot differentiate between, say, streams like engineering, management, or even, say, philosophy or psychology, because management itself developed as a blend of so many sciences and so many streams. Now, when we talk about the recent trends in engineering and management, initially, I would just like to name some trends and then talk about what best usage they have been put to or they can be put to in the future. I must also thank Dr. Nithyanantham for the wonderful keynote speech he gave, and he has made my task doubly tough now. Of course, as far as the recent trends go, in engineering or management combined, I feel that artificial intelligence is something which has come in a big way. When we talk of artificial intelligence, it is guiding our lives. During the pandemic, recently we saw that we in the educational institutions had to rush online. Maybe some of us were not properly prepared for it even. Even the best of the senior professors could not cope with the changing pedagogy of teaching online. Now, what happened was people uploaded videos, people uploaded say material on the websites of the universities, people sent emails. These things happened till a proper ERP or an LMS was developed. Now, things have settled down. But the only thing is that we must understand clearly that technology has definitely disrupted education. And it has done too soon than we had envisaged. That is, what we could have done in the next 4 to 5 years, we have been able to do in the last 6 months. This is what I personally feel. Now, the latest trends in terms of either big data, cloud, or whatever it may be, there is a lot of data which exists in the environment. But the most important fact is how to segregate the relevant data. That probably is done by using AI or even by human intelligence. In fact, people have been confusing in many of the webinars I have been that artificial intelligence is supposed to be machine intelligence to some extent in their minds. Not intelligence, it is what the inputs we give, and the decision making is based on that input. So we have to understand that there is no dehumanization here. The human being is, of course, always supreme, and we have to use AI or big data to the best possible way we can. Of course, as has been said earlier, technology innovations come, people put it to good use. However, there are many who would misuse the technology as well. So we have to be very clear in our concepts as to what best use of technology we are putting in the society. That means every technological innovation any technological change must create value for the society. Like, again, we have been doing research work. India lags behind research in every way, globally. Why? Because if I am very candid, some of us have been doing research only to have a prefix of DR in front of our names. The research work has been limited to libraries. No, it must be translated into the society, and therefore industry, academia, and the government have to come together in this respect. As I feel, the new national education policy, which has come after 34 long years, has many tenets and aspects ingrained in it, which support innovation, which support creativity, and which support development of the society as a whole. Of course, if implemented well. Now, let's realize the enormity of the situation. The average age in India is almost 27 years, if we talk of in the Indian context. More than about 60% of the people or 65% of the people are below the age of 35. Now, we, being almost the youngest country in the world, we have to be very clear and conceptualized in our viewpoint when the recent trends emphasize upon technological innovation as of now. How are we going to translate it to best use? That is the most important factor in my mind right now. As far as management is concerned, there are many things which have come up. Apart from, say, HR analytics, for example, business analytics, we see that video marketing has come out so strongly. The social media in itself has become a very strong platform to project your views. It is said by experts that almost 55% of the youth, that is the millennials, they view at least one marketing video every day. Howsoever, the attention span is becoming shorter every year. It is not more than a few minutes, that is 1 to 3 minutes or something like that. What is happening is we have to present our product or our services in the best possible way, in the shortest possible time, to make its impact. So the slogan making and the creation of the media platforms has to be such that it can affect the millennials initially. Now, when talking about say what is to be done in the future, I would just like to emphasize on our Honorable Prime Minister Mr. Modi's Make in India concept. When we talk about recent trends, we see that before the pandemic, surprisingly, India was not manufacturing even a single PPE kit or very few masks, very few quantity of say sanitizers. Suddenly, in a month or two, we were the biggest producers of PPE kits, up to 4 lakhs PPE kits almost every month. Masks in general. Now 2 vaccines we have produced. And these 2 vaccines are being sought after by the European and the Western countries in a big way. We are supplying them, apart from feeding our own people. Now, how has this change come back? Suddenly, what we were importing from countries like China and other European countries, suddenly we have become self-sufficient and even sending them abroad. That means we had the thing in ourselves, yet we were not motivated enough to do it. That means when, as Dr. Nithyanantham had said, crisis management or disaster management sometimes become the forte of the Indians. When we are in a crisis, we suddenly develop. Like, for instance, it was being said that emotionally, every Indian is self-centered. It was being said by many people. Many articles were written. But during the pandemic, could we not see the empathy which was exhibited by almost all the citizens of the country towards the have-nots, towards the migrant laborers? Everything was there. All the empathy was there. So what is required of now is that the recent trends in management and engineering, which would of course give us the base parameter on which we can develop our own society and develop it globally as well, thinking locally to globally and globally to locally. Now, when we are talking about say Make in India concept, there is something I would like to say. Entrepreneurship. we are talking about. We are talking about startups. I have a certain different viewpoint on how to come up with entrepreneurship concepts. I feel that, of course, entrepreneurial skills are very important. They cannot be acquired till you are making a decision which may be risky. Secondly, you must work in a team that may or may not be so efficient. And of course, you have to keep on taking risks and putting your best in it. There are 3 or 4 aspects I would like to dwell upon this. When we talk about entrepreneurship, we simply think we can teach them finance, marketing, or other engineering subjects or other management subjects and motivate them to become entrepreneurs. At Pratap University, Jaipur, where I am the Vice-Chancellor, we have an entrepreneurship development cell in which we have produced many entrepreneurs as of now, say about 6-7 startups. We are giving them the seed money. The funding is being given by some venture capitalists. So what is happening is that faculty mentors and industry mentors must come together and handhold the students. If the recent trend of making entrepreneurs successful in India and abroad is going to happen. But again, the most important thing in my mind is not a startup at all. It is creation of an entrepreneurial mindset initiative, the attitude part. I was present in one of the webinars with the Director General of EDII, Dr. Sunil Shukla, yesterday only. And I appreciated what he said. He said that this attitudinal change cannot come in one day. Right from the school level, when the students are there in class 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, we have to give them the mental inputs as to how and why they should become entrepreneurs. I will give you my experience of about 10 years back when I was asked the students in my class to raise their hands as to how many of them would become entrepreneurs. I think only about not more than 5% of the students raised their hands. Things are different today. I think more than half the classes raised their hands. But are all of them going to be successful? No. The statistics say that more than 85% of the startups close down in the first 3 years. So we have to do a homework. The mindset which is to be created, as rightly said in the new education policy, even in class 6th of schools, we are going to introduce internships in which the students would go and do internships in various industries, especially say coding. This was done almost 10 to 20 years back by China, when school children were taught coding. Better late than never. I think we should now make best use of technology and innovation in the present era and make our own children worthy of attaining those skills. Now, what skills? The question is, what skills as far as the recent trends go? Let me tell you that earlier, say when I was in the corporate for almost 16 years of time. I have almost about 39 years of experience till now. So my experience tells me that earlier used to acquire a skill. Like for example, when I specialized in marketing, I went ahead in an organization and climbed the corporate ladder almost to the top. It is not possible now. The corporate ladder has now changed into a corporate maze. You have to maneuver through this maze throughout their career. Now, how to do so? In fact, you must always be upgrading, updating your skills throughout your career. It cannot be based on one skill set. That means the 21st century skills which are required, which we always talk about, creation, co-creation, collaboration, empathy, all these things have to be there together. So once you maneuver through the corporate maze, whether it is an engineering student or a management student, then the skill sets have to be continuously updated. And this is as relevant for the students as it is for the faculty members. The recent pandemic has proven that the best of the professors, as I earlier said, had to learn technology. And now they are very adept at doing so because the young faculty members and the old ones collaborated. We at Pratap University made them go through certain say training courses. So training, that means learning, unlearning and relearning has become the buzzword of the day. We have continuously to do this learning, unlearning and relearning. even at my age, I must say with very frankly, that initially when I started with a webinar during the lockdown, I was not very adept with all those gadgets through which, all those platforms through which we used to do it. Now I have done over 140 webinars during the last 5 months or 6 months. So I'm very, very adept at it. When I'll tell you, when I started my career, I was a dean somewhere. At that point of time, be honest, I didn't know how to properly work on Excel, but I had to learn it, because without it, you were nothing. So when technologies change and recent trends make you adapt to the technology, that is the most important factor. It is usually said that necessity is the mother of invention. I'll just coin it differently. I'll say necessity is the mother of adoption. When it becomes very necessary to exist in that particular field and sustain yourself, then you are bound to upgrade and update yourself in that technology, in that area. But again, I very much agree with what Dr. Nithyanantham had said, that everything agreed upon, technology is very good. Technological changes will always take place. It has always taken place through the ages. Though we can say that it is much more swift as of now. In this era, the changes are very swiftly happening. So we have to be adept on our toes to accept those changes and modifications. Even if we do that, we have also to realize which is the way forward we are taking it. Is it beneficial to the society or not? If it is not, then those technological changes are useless for our society. We see the climatic changes we have taken, which has happened recently. A report says that by 2030, hypothetically, all wild animals may cease to exist. Will you believe this? What this report says? There has a 58% drop in the number of wild animals in the world. And they say if extrapolated as a graph, 2030 to 2040, there will not exist a single wild animal. The entire biological cycle will cease to exist. So how can we human beings live happily? So we have to be very clear in our concept, in our mental framework, that the recent trends in technology, changes in management, engineering, or whatever field it may be, has to be harnessed for the benefit of the human beings, for the benefit of the any species on this present on this globe, as well as for the environment. So we have to work in that direction as of now. Now, again, there are so many things I can dwell on right now. When I talk of, say, artificial intelligence or big data, I think we have all included it in our course structures in our institutions, and we have been helping students to go ahead and find jobs. It is agreed that not all students can become entrepreneurs. But I remember a book of the late 70s in which John Spencer had once said, not all students will become entrepreneurs, but every student will need to think like one. That means, again, the word mindset comes to my frame of mind. The attitude has to be built. So we ourselves as teachers have to first build that attitude in our own mind. That if we want to create entrepreneurs, yes? If we want to create entrepreneurs, I think we must also start thinking like one ourselves as faculty members. Now, so many other things I would like to touch upon. Like, for instance, I would give you a small LinkedIn post which our Honorable Prime Minister Modi had made on LinkedIn, say, about a few months back. He said that as 5 vowels are very important for the English language, so these 5 vowels of English language are as important for the new business setup which is going to evolve across the globe, especially in India. That is A, E, I, O, U. I was reading through his post. A is adaptability. We have to be always on our toes to adapt ourselves to the changing situations in the local the economy as well as in the global economy. We must be on our toes. Like, for instance, if a new product is manufactured somewhere else in Europe, we are not just going to copy it. We must adapt ourselves and produce new innovations which are beneficial to our society in India. That is how we should go about it. Then he talked about AE. E is efficiency. He was very clear in his said note that efficiency should not be measured by any organization in terms of the number of hours put by an employee, but it should be measured by productivity. What is the productivity? I'm not talking about targets being given. I'm talking about a general productivity atmosphere which is created. Now, AEI, I is inclusiveness. Whenever we do something in a country, we must know that it is inclusively having all the have-nots, all farmers, agriculture sector, the medical healthcare sector. Everyone should be inclusive. The use of technology should be such that inclusivity is there in its basic tenets. Oh, opportunity. We have to create better opportunity for the young generation as of now. Otherwise, if we don't create better opportunity for them right now, India being the youngest country, as I have already stipulated some times back, what will happen is this young boom might become a bane for the country. So we have to handle our young people very deftly. That is mentorship. I am a big proponent of the age-old Guru Shishya Parampara. I must tell you that it is not in any way connected with either religion, caste, creed, or anything. It is the basic tenet that every mentor or every guru should not be just teaching on the board with a chalk. He must or she must be inclusive. She must be inclusive of the fact that the students develop not only academically, but their psychological behavior, because every institution has a cross-cultural student base. So they must be able to blend in that base. This is how I think we must handhold and mentor our students. At Pratap University, we are doing it. I have instituted a mentorship cell in which every faculty members has about 7 to 8 students in his or her as protege. And what they do is they are responsible for every aspect of the student, whatever it may be, whether it is personal, whether it is professional, or whether it is anything. Now, therefore, apart from mentorship, when I talked about A, E, I, O, now U, this is very important. This is universalism. That means we cannot live as isolated islands of excellence. The globe has become too small now. And we have to understand that we are global citizens, apart from being local citizens. And therefore, India should be very clear that the pandemic has not hit any particular caste, creed, or color or religion. It has hit everyone equally across the globe. So therefore, it's useless to remain as isolated islands of excellence. We have to share our strengths. In fact, I'll give you an example. I have talked to some of the vice chancellors of the say adjoining universities in Rajasthan, Jaipur, where I have said that we have our own strengths. Let's share the resources. And it becomes very important to share the resources, because suppose we are very good in pharmacy, somebody is very good in management, then why not help each other? Teach our students with the best possible videos. Initially, I had resistance because nobody would like to share, but then now people have come to terms. They have understood the basic, the basic thought process behind it. So whenever we talk about the emerging trends in management or engineering, we must, of course, be very clear in our context that these emerging trends in either management or engineering or pharmaceutical sciences or maybe biological sciences, whatever it may be, must be put to best use for the society. Again, I would say every research should be translated into social welfare, where people can benefit from it. Every degree as such should not be a paper degree. Students should come out with analytical skills. So all these trends are good, but how we put these trends into practical application is what is important. I think I would close my keynote on this, because I know that there are so many people who are yet to speak. So thank you so much, IFERP. Thank you, Shrikant, Pooja ma'am, and all other organizing committee members of IFERP for having me here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abhay Kumar sir, for your valuable presentation. We are so glad to receive and got the details from you. Thank you so much. From this, I would like to announce that we will start the lunch and post lunch at 1:30 p.m. We can start our technical sessions presented by the respective people. So we will wind up now and we will have a break for lunch and we'll be back at 1:30 p.m. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
not that easy, but Grammarly can help. This sentence is grammatically correct, but it's worth public key algorithms. Rate and check. Public key cryptography. Private key known only to individual. Public key available to anyone. Idea. Confidentiality. Enciphered using public key. Deciphered using private key. Integrity/authentication.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you had good lunch. Welcome back to our prestigious conference, third international conference on latest trends in engineering and management, ICLTEM. So before starting the technical sessions, I would like to announce our session chairs, valuable session chairs. Dr. Sanjay Singh Thakur. Dr. Sanjay Singh Thakur, who is a professor and head Department of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering, Vidyalankar Institute of Technology, Mumbai. And Dr. Sunil Butada, Professor of Computer Science and Engineering, Srinidhi Institute of Science and Technology, Hyderabad. And Mr. N. Vivekanandan, Scientist, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Central Water and Power Research Station, Pune, Maharashtra, India. So I would like to start with our technical sessions. So our session chairs will be present for the conferences. So let's start our technical sessions. I welcome all the participants to the technical sessions. The first will be presented by Mr. Mihir Kumar C. Rathod on topic emission reduction from thermal power plant by using optimization techniques. Mr. Mihir Kumar.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I will share the screen.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your participation. Now you can share the screen and you can proceed with your presentation.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. So, good afternoon, all of you. Myself, Mihir Rathod, and I am currently working as an assistant professor in LDRP, ITR at Gandhinagar, Gujarat. And today I am going to present on topic is emission reduction from the thermal power plant by using optimization techniques.
And the complexity is like
So these are the content of my presentation. Then we start with the introduction. So nowadays the coal-fired power plants will be continuing to contribute the major share of generation. So now the main problem with the thermal power plant is efficiency. So the efficiency of TPS, thermal power plant station, is around 40%. And the overall cost of generation is very high using of fuel, because of as a fuel in a thermal power plant we are using the coal, so the overall cost is generation of energy is very high. Another problem is thermal power plant is air pollution. So nearly the 21.3% of greenhouse gases are emitted by the TPS, thermal power plant, and the main gases like CO2, SO2 and NOx, carbon dioxide, sulfur oxide and nitrogen oxide are part of pollution from the thermal power plant, which is very harmful gases to a human community and the greenhouse effect. So therefore, we have to reduce the pollution due to the thermal power plant will be major challenge in the next few years. So now our emission problem, what is the exactly problem with the emission? So the thermal power plant using the fossil fuels, like a number of harmful gases, SO2, NOx and CO2 are generated. And out of this sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxide are maximum pollution problems. So the carbon dioxide emission in India, as I surveyed in few last year from 2001 to 2021, the emission kg per year is a for a CO2, and this is the graphical representation of the CO2 emission. Then the SO2, sulfur oxide emission in India from 2001 to 2020, it is also very high, and this is the graphical representation for that. And the NOx emission in India is 2001 to 2020 is also very high per kg, and this is the graphical presentation for that. So we can see the emission problem is main regarding thermal power plant. So from the different literature survey, I have been found the different method are used to reduce the emission of gases. We can reduce this emission of gases by using conventional methods. Our most common source is a software computerizing program used like economic load dispatch problems. In many cases and different articles for the reduction emission of gases, optimization techniques are also used. So main focus of this presentation is about the optimization techniques. So we can use the optimization techniques by reducing this emission problem. And currently newer methods optimization is used for the better performance. So our object is to reduce the emission gases like CO2, SO2 and NOx from the thermal power plant station. And these are the optimization techniques are available. Right now, traditional approaches and advanced approaches. So for the advanced approaches, there are ant colony, artificial neural network, genetic method, particle swarm optimization, evolutionary programming. These all are techniques are available for the optimization, and we can use these techniques in our thermal power plant, and we can get the reduction of emission. So the main equation, the common general equation for the emission calculation, I have been used this equation for the calculation of individual thermal power plant unit. So the equation is F1 is equal to AI PGI square plus BI PGI plus CI. The unit is kg per hour. So here the AI, BI and CI is the coefficient of CO2 or SO2 or SOx. And the Ng is the number of generator, and F1 is the total emission of CO2 from each unit of thermal energy. So our problem is to minimize the value of F1 with the load. So by using this equation, now this is a one quantitative comparison of GA method, PSO method and evolutionary programming. So from this quantitative comparison, I can conclude that the evolutionary program is the better than the weight method and the GA, genetic algorithm method. So I used here the evolutionary programming method. So one case study I have taken, and the emission from the Indian thermal power plant. So 3 generators power plant I have taken. The range of that generator is in megawatt. The first one is 210, second 210, and third one is 120 megawatt. So the maximum value and minimum value I already defined in the table. For the first one is 240, maximum, minimum is 90. For second generator, 238, minimum is 85, and for third one is 120. So data is generated is shown in the block diagram. Now the result we get. So in the case study of 300 megawatt, so the SO2 emission, CO2 emission, and NOx emission and coal required is shown in the table for the GA method, weightage method, okay, then evolutionary programming method. So from this table, we can conclude that the evolutionary programming is used better to get the better performance. And by using this evolutionary programming, we get the better solution for emission of this type of gases. This is the graphical representation for these all methods like NOx. So you can see this, the For the evolutionary programming is only 590. And for CO2 emission, the for evolutionary is also very low. And for this SO2 in the evolutionary programming are better in this case also. And the coal required, so we can reduce the emission as well as the overall cost of plant also, because the coal requirement for running this plant is very less. So cost factor is also considered by using these optimization techniques. But to better understand, we take the one reference is the per unit value to calculate the different emission from the power plant like the SO2, NOx and CO2 in terms per unit value. So we taking the one base value for the SO2, CO2, NOx and coal. So this is the table. So from this table in per unit system, you can also see the evolutionary program is lower than the compared with the other methods. So from this we conclude that the evolutionary program is better than the others. And this is the one graphical representation from the all the methods. So in this chart, you can see that the evolutionary is better compared to other methods. So from outcome of this survey is reduce the emission of green gases like CO2, SO2 and NOx and compare the result given by all the method at the power generation and the select the best value for the load dispatch like the CO2 emission, SO2 emission and NOx emission. So we can from the MATLAB programming find the optimum value for the generation economy and the emission rate of different gases. And for this we have to plot the graph and locate the optimum value, and we can compare this all result with normal condition. By this we can calculate the total reduction in emission gases. So these are the reference which I have been taken from the other journals like IEEE's and USS. Thank you guys. Thank you very much. Is there any question regarding participant?
Hello, good afternoon. This is Dr. Sanjay Singh Thakur.
Yes, sir.
Your survey has shown that there are various techniques to reduce them or control them.
Yes, sir.
But the technique of reducing is not seen if the engineer plans it, designs it properly. Then also the carbon emission can be controlled.
Yes.
Irrespective of my field, whether I am from telecom, electronics, computer, mechanical, everyone can contribute to this carbon emission infra. But why that is missing? It means there is no paper as such on design of the system. Are you able to listen me? Hello.
Hello. Yes, sir.
Did you get me? Hello, Mr. Mihi Kumar.
Hello. Yes, sir.
Are you getting me?
Sir, your voice is not audible. So can you repeat, please?
I was saying that the various techniques you have shown about the controlling of carbon emission.
Carbon emission, yes, sir.
But why the design aspect is missing? It means there is no paper which you could refer.
Particularly design side, sir, I can't refer any paper. I am just refer only techniques which is used for the reduction of emission, only optimization techniques.
So optimization is only possible if primarily in the design aspect, if we can control, whether it is a writing of program, developing algorithm or electronics devices or communication systems, whatever you say. or mechanical system, wherever I can control my heat or power dissipation, naturally I would be able to control my carbon emission.
Yes, sir.
So my worry is how this could be missing. Probably you are not looking for system point of view that optimize.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Others also can, if they wish, Mr. Mihir can help to know, in fact.
Thank you, Mr. Sanjay Singh Thakur, sir, for your valuable um, things. And Dr. Sunil Thada, sir, thank you for your participation. We welcome you as well. So, as the presentation completed by Mr. Mihir Kumar, we will proceed with the next presentation. I would like to present the technical session by Mr. Pushpakdi Patel on topic a review of AC to DC converter for high input power factor. Mr.
Yes, sir.
Pushpak Patel,
Yes, sir.
you can share the screen. You can share the screen. Proceed. Yes.
Yes,
The
sir.
presentation is visible. You can start.
Okay. Good morning, all of you. Good afternoon. Myself, Pushpak Patel. I am working as an assistant professor in LDRP Institute of Technology, KSV University at Gandhinagar. My topic is a review of AC-DC converter for high input power factor. Now, this is the flow of presentation. Introduction, AC-DC converter topologies. From that, I have considered a Cook converter, interleaved converter, Z source converter topology, and modified Cook converter topologies. From that, I have compared for 1.4 kilowatt load and compare the input power factor of this converter. And this modified Cook converter will show a perfect result for converter topologies. So nowadays many of the converters are available in the market, but for the power supply and use of the power supply, we must need a constant DC output or high input power factor available at the source side. So the quality of the power is best. So for that, I have chosen these four types of converter: Cook converter, interleaved converter, Z source converter, and modified Cook converter. So I have simulated this converter for 1.4 kilowatt in the PSIM. So this is the converter module. Here AC to DC is converted by this simple rectifier. This is the main topology of Cook, which is isolate the input and output by high frequency transformer. And this is the simple diode rectifier which convert the AC into DC by filtering this filter circuit. So it will show the result like this. The input power factor for this Cook converter is 0.9, source current is 18.5 ampere, and Ph.D shows 3.6%. This is the output voltage and current. So output voltage ripple is 5.1% and current ripple is 5%. The output voltage consider for 400 volt and current is 3.5 ampere. This is the filter inductor input side and output side current. This is the largest view of this one. So this is the ripple of current in the inductor. This is the filter capacitor current, filter capacitor voltage, and a largest view of filter capacitor current. So here we can see that the storage energy of inductor is released at after some time. So no magnetization saturation is there. interleaved converter. In this case, two switches are there. In Cuck converter, there is only one control switch is there, and that is controlled at 5000 kilowatt switching frequency. In this case, this is also controlled by 5000 kilohertz switching frequency. These two switches are controlled at 180-degree phase shift. So at a time only one switch is turned on and output is like this. This is the input voltage current power factor is 0.95. Current source is 11.32 ampere and Ph.D source 2.7%. This is the output voltage and current ripple. Output voltage ripple is 3.7% and current ripple is 2.8%. This is the inductor current and capacitor current. Now Z source converter. This is also here only one switch is there, but like Z, inductor and capacitor is connected like this. That's why it is called a Z source converter, and it will give the DC voltage and current. The input power factor for this one is 0.76. Output DC voltage ripple is 1%, and current ripple is 0.5%. This is the input source current is 12 ampere and Ph.D shows 6.79%. This is the inductor current, capacitor voltage for this one. C1, C2, L1 and L2. Inductor current and capacitor voltage is like this. And this is the modified Cuck. In the Cuck converter, there is only one switch. In modified Cuck converter, there is a two switches. But it shows that the input power factor is very good, 0.97. The current wave shape is also good, and maximum current is also reduced. 9.55 ampere is there. RMS current, harmonics is 2.5%. The output voltage and current ripple is 2.1% and 2.2% respectively. And this is the input inductor and output inductor current and output voltage at the bridge side and capacitor voltage. So this is the comparison. Cuck converter shows that input power factor is 0.9, interleaved is 0.95, Z source converter gives a 0.76, and modified Cuck converter gives a 0.97 power factor. So it is, after all, it will give a good power factor. Also, the input current consumption is reduced. So 9.56 ampere, load is same, output voltage is same, and input current is reduced. Also, I can justify this by changing the load. If we change the load, minimum change in the input power factor is shown in the modified Cuck converter technology as compared to other. So from this conclusion, modified Cuck converter gives a high input power factor as compared to another one, and it will also provide a galvanic isolation between input and output. So after all, modified Cuck converter is based for the power conversion, AC to DC power conversion. Thank you. Is there any query or questions regarding this?
Thank you so
Good
much.
afternoon, sir. This is Professor Thakur.
Yes, sir.
Which platform you use for this?
PSIM, sir. PSIM.
Huh?
PSIM.
Pardon me?
PSIM.
eSIM.
Power simulator.
Power simulator.
Yes, sir.
It's a licensed or open?
No, sir. It's open.
Open. So
Open
have you tried to validate it in the lab?
Sir, I have not modeling or not draw the model of this one, but simulate only.
Acha, simulate only.
Yes, sir.
So 0.5% is the maximum, the lowest possible ripple you could show it in out of all this.
Yes, sir.
But 0.5% itself is a huge, if I really consider it as a ripple.
Yeah, yes. For 400 volt, it is very high.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So can't we find the another way or method techniques by which it can further be reduced?
कर सकते हैं सर वो भी, मगर अब तक तो मैंने ये किया है कि जहाँ तक मैंने डीसी कन्वर्टर देखा है तो मोस्ट ऑफ दे आर वर्किंग फॉर दी इनपुट आउटपुट रिपल, बट मैंने ज़्यादा फोकस किया है इनपुट पावर फैक्टर के लिए इसमें.
Acha, one very last, it could be very simple for you people, but maybe not for me. It is, why not to call it as a rectifier? Why we are calling it as a converter? AC to DC converter, it's a rectifier.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's a rectifier. बट कन्वर्टर इसलिए बोलते हैं कि इन बिटवीन इट इज कन्वर्ट डीसी टू एसी एंड ड्यू टू दैट एसी विल convert into DC. That's why it is called a converter.
That is all of them are converter, rectifier, inverter,
Yes, yes.
cyclo-converter. Everything is converter ultimately.
Yes, sir.
My question is why only AC to DC rectifier is called as converter? I'm not sure. That is why I said probably for you people it is very simple. But for me, it is not as simple as you may be thinking about. There is a specific reason that why it should be called as converter. Why not rectifier? First year, second year, when the students are studying, that time they are saying it is a rectifier. But all of a sudden, when I come to the third year, final year of electrical engineering, I start saying about when the power electronics is being read. So you better call it as converter. Okay, anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Patel.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Patel? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Did you take, how many papers did you take for survey or review, sir? I mean, there is no list of papers where you have gone through, like earlier, what kind of work was done and what
Yes,
are
sir,
the
I
findings
have,
of other authors?
these are the papers which I have referred for them.
No, these are the references. I mean to say, yours itself is a review paper, correct?
This is my first review paper.
Yeah, review paper. So in review paper, what you need to do is you need to mention like 10 people or 10 authors have done so and so work earlier. Say
Yes.
it could be in ascending or descending order. Say from 2000 to 2020, how many papers are there? Out of that, you find out some 10 best papers and find out what are their findings. Give the result of that in a tabular form. So that you know it could be clearly understood that you have written you have thoroughly studied it and thoroughly reviewed that, or you have done a survey of that. So that part I think that is missing in your paper. Apart from that, since it's a review paper, results are not that important in this, but what is important is what kind of survey you have done using all the previous findings and all these things that has to be mentioned. And you have just mentioned the references. Now you go to the references page. Yeah, for example, the third or fourth paper, where did you use this? The Lee paper. in your entire presentation? Is there some where have you used this third
This
one?
is the AC/DC converter
Yeah,
PWM
that you
buck
have shown
converter.
here. But where
Yes.
did you use this his work, or where did you use that in your PPT?
Hmm.
Have you used somewhere?
No, sir.
No, for the sake of writing
No,
references, I
no,
cannot
sir.
write like that, right? References means I have
Okay.
studied that properly and I put it somewhere,
Okay, sir.
right? So that's my suggestion. That please keep in mind, because since it's your first paper, if you don't correct here,
Yes.
everywhere it will be the same mistake. The very basic purpose of references means you should have used that in somewhere in your PPT. You have put references here means you
Okay.
have to show there somewhere. You are presenting the paper. So that paper is converted into PPT and you are presenting the PPT. That means you are presenting the paper only. So in that paper, where did you use? So that's why I'm telling, when you make a survey paper, it should have a tabular column where you should tell like this person has done this, Harika has done this, then the second person has done this, then Lee has done this is his findings and all these things. So it should be like that.
Okay.
Right. So
Understood, sir.
that gives a proper information about your review or survey. Otherwise, this doesn't seem like a survey paper. Sorry
Okay,
to
sir.
tell you, not intentional of hurting you, but this is something which is minimum expected if it
Yes,
is a
sir.
survey paper. Right, Patel Sahab.
Yes,
So
sir.
take care. Next time you just change it and see that your presentation goes very well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sunil Batoda, sir, and thank you, Mr. Pushpak Patel. The next participant is Mr. Ashish Kumar N. Patel, and his topic is on a review on series vectorial compensator. Mr. Ashish Kumar N. Patel,
Yes, sir. 1 minute.
is you can share the screen and start presenting. Thank you. We can proceed.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon to all of you. Uh, Today my presentation topic is a review on series vectorial compensator. This is the contents in the presentation: introduction, working of SVEC, power circuit of SVEC, and comparison of the flex devices. First of all, the introduction of the SVEC. In the power system, there are the various types of the flex controller. That means flexible AC transmission systems. Controllers are available. SVC, PCSC, STATCOM, SSC, and UPFC are used in the power system. But these all power flex device are thyristor or VSC based converter. Okay. And SVEC, जो मैं अभी बात कर रहा हूँ, this type of flex device, DC capacitor are used in the device to result of output of result sensitivity to high operating temperature. Okay, due to the DC capacitor, and this drawback can be overcome by using the new flex device. It is nothing but the series vectorial compensator SVEC. It is a direct AC to AC power convergence without large DC link energy storage component is proposed. SV is a new series type of flex device. Okay, and this is a new controller based AC vectorial converter has been proposed. SVEC is nothing but the active power on transmission line, control the active power on transmission line with a simple structure, which is control the active power with injecting a series capacitive reactance that is automatically adjusted by the duty cycle. SV is a converter topology is more compact size as compared to the triple SC fax devices. And one more thing, SVEC in the power market, still the SVEC has not been physically designed. The work done on the SVEC. The basic difference between the SVC, TCS, and triple SC, because this is the series fax devices. The first is protection. Protect the low pass filter in SVC help with high blocking frequency. Number of switches are used in controller as compared to the triple S and PCSC. SVC need the 6 IGBT and GPU for optimize the SVC configuration. Control the switches used in SVC at with the duty cycle 100 of microseconds as compared to the PCSC and triple SC. This is the working of SVC. This is the single diagram of the SVC series vectorial compensators. Okay, figure show the single schematic diagram of the SVC. In this diagram, a series injecting transformer connected to the capacitor to the PWM AC controller. Okay. The controller of the SVC, as shown in figure, the gate signal of the interlock operator switch K1 and K2. When I say operator K1 and K2, D is nothing but the duty ratio, a duty cycle, a duty ratio. Convert is defined at the ratio of on-state interval of switch K2 to total switching time period. XSVC, that means we provide the injective capacitive reactance to control the active power on the transmission line, and XXVC, that means capacitive reactance reactance of SVC in series with the transmission line, and it is automatically adjusted by the duty ratio. This is the power circuit of the SVC. Okay, the power circuit of SVC consists of the series injection transformer. There are the three-phase transformer PA, PB, and TC as compensating capacitor CA, CB, and CC. Switching devices K1A, K1B, K2A, K1C, K2A, K2B, K2C. Okay. The switch are operate in the power circuit is complementary type. Suppose K1A, K1B, and K1C are closed when the K2A, K2B, K2 are open, and vice versa. That means K1A, K1B, K1C are open, K2A, K2B, K2C are closed. Yes, during the on-off period, the switching K1A, K1B, and K1C are closed as K1A, K1B, and K1C are closed. That means K2A, K2B, K2C are open. That means during the vice versa. Complementary switching period, transformer terminal are short circuited by switching K2A, K2B, and K2C. जब हम स्विचेस को एक तीन स्विचेस को ऑन रखेंगे तो तीन स्विचेस को ऑफ रखेंगे. दैट मीन्स कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री स्विचिंग पीरियड. इट इज कॉल्ड द कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री स्विचिंग पीरियड. Here there are some advantages of SVC. Power convergence AC-AC without large storage component DC link power. SVC has a pulse width modulation controller, easy to control the active power flowing through the transmission line by simple varying the duty cycle. Block the high frequency current associated, blocking the high frequency harmonics. Number of switching for minimum 3-phase configuration. Control the switch duty cycle in 100 of microseconds. PWM control are used for controlling the switches. SVC is more effective to damp the oscillation of the power systems. Okay, this is the comparisons of fetch devices: UPFC, PCSC, SVC, triple SC, SVC. Power system stability. This is the application power system stability enhancement. उसके लिए हम यूज करेंगे तो it gives the better stability. Load flow, voltage control करने के लिए transient stability और dynamic stability. This is the types of the stability, transient and dynamics. The SVC gives the high performance in the power systems. This is the conclusions after literature review of all fetch devices. SVC are very efficient and very easy control as compared to the other fetch devices. And SVC are applied to the power system and improve the performance of the power systems. And we also maintain the stability of the power system as well as dynamic stability as well as the transient stability. Okay, and give the good performance of the power system. This is the references are used in the literature review. Thank you. Now, hello.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ashish Kumar.
Okay, sir.
So any queries, we can proceed, sir, else we go to the next presentation.
Have you tried to, this is Professor Thakur. Hello, Mr. Patel.
Yes, sir.
Have you tried to validate?
Hello, sir.
Have you tried to validate in the laboratory?
Next, sir, this is the based on simulations only.
None of them you have tried in fact.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Patel.
Okay,
The next presenter is Ms. Deepa S. on topic detection and prevention of diabetes mellitus type 1 and type 2 using data mining and warehousing techniques in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Ms. Deepa.
Yes, sir. Shall I share the screen?
Yes, you can share and start presenting.
Is it visible to everyone?
Not yet. Just a minute. Yes, now it is visible. You can present.
Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible. Thank you.
Okay. So good afternoon, all present here. Myself Deepa S. I'm working as a guest lecturer in Tagore Government College of Education and also a research scholar of Wales University, Vinnaras, under the guidance of Dr. B. Buba ma'am, Department of Computer Science, Wales University. So I'm going to talk about detection and prevention of diabetes mellitus, which is of two major categories, that is type 1 and type 2, using data mining and warehousing techniques in my island, which is Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So this is the abstract. This is the whole abstract of my paper, where I'm going to talk about all those things and what are the techniques I have used for detecting and predicting the diabetes mellitus for diabetes patients of my island. So as we all know that it is a dangerous diseases, and most probably the type 2 disease is expected to rise over the next 12 years due to aging, urbanization, and associated changes in diet of young youths, right? So my study is carried out for 1,000 diabetic patients of Andaman Nicobar Islands, in which the data will be collected from INIMS, that is the only territory government care hospital in my island, that is Andaman Nicobar Islands Institute of Medical Science, and all the patients, those who have come over here for diagnosing and suspecting with diabetes and registered in GBPenth hospital, the data are collected for those patients only. So my research focuses on the building of multi-dimensional diabetes data warehouse and the development of data mining model for the study of two major types only, that is type 1 and type 2 diabetes. So this is what my aims and objectives of my research, where I'm going to develop, I have developed multi-dimensional architecture diabetes data warehouse to store and process the diabetes related database, including patients' general and medical records. So, and also I have used OLTP and OLAP technology for fetching all those informations using query engines. So, which I have already talked about, that the methodology I have used is classification, clustering, and many more techniques I have used over here, which we'll see one by one. So all those data which I have collected are, I have prepared a questionnaire for collecting all those things. These are the external operational systems, and also I have collected data through database, which they have stored in the databases in medical, and all those data will be have been cleaned, and they have transformed and uploaded into the diabetes data warehouse. Here you can see the diabetes warehousing technique architecture, where all those data will be collected from the external sources like databases, questionnaire, and all those data have been extracted and cleaned. Those are the data which are having duplicates, yeah, unnecessary data that will be cleaned, and all those things will be summarized and transformed, and finally it is loaded to data marts, and all those data finally and those who have wanted to fetch all those things, we can easily fetch all those data from this data marts and data warehouses, and you can see all those things. Here I've used several query engine techniques. The same thing, and also we can fetch all those things. I have used several variables here. Their major main variable is level 1 and level 2, that is type 1 and type 2 data only, and after that I have used several background variables. These are like localities are there, gender wise also there, like locality in the sense area wise, like rural area, urban area, district wise data are also there. If you want to fetch all those things, like we can also segregate all the data using OLAP techniques. So this is basic browsing architecture. You can see that was using ECTL techniques, and you can, it is a summarized image where all the data sources are there, and data values consists of metadata and all those things, and finally the end user or even medical staffs also, they can fetch the data and generate a report. And these are, I have used a star schema for storing all those techniques, where I have used a fact table, which is the main primary table, and all those sub tables, the dimension tables are connected to that fact table through several keys, foreign keys and all. The same thing is there. I have several number of dimensions, and these are the fact tables, which consists of several sub tables. You can see that. So for fetching all those things, all those data from the database, I have used OLAP operations, that is roll up, drill down techniques, slice and dice techniques, and pivot techniques. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You can proceed.
Okay. So as you all knows that through roll-up technique, I can easily segregate the data.
Excuse me, madam. Excuse me,
I
Deepa.
have chosen area-wise, means I can simply go
Excuse
beyond
me.
that level, right? So likewise, I have selected these are the roll-up view of my data. This is can you
Hello.
see it? Hello.
Yeah, excuse me, Deepa. Can you just listen for a minute?
Yes, sir.
These are all theoretical things. Have you done any practical implementation of this? Because this, you
Yes,
are
sir, yes,
telling a
sir.
lot of things which are related to the data warehouse subject.
Yes, yes,
Right,
yes,
so
sir. It's there, sir. It's there.
that if you show, it would be better, no? Because this all we know.
Yes, sir,
Just
yes.
go to the findings or whatever you have done.
Yes, sir. Just a second, I am sure. So this is a site-wise distribution of my data, where total.
How did you collect this data? 500 female and 500 male.
Yes, sir. Actually, I have chosen only 1,000 diabetes patients, sir.
Correct.
Yes, 1,000 among those 1,000 diabetes patients, I have chosen 500 male patients and 500 female patients.
That's true, but how did you get this data? I mean, you went personally or you got from a lab or what?
I went personally, sir. I went personally to the Tannin's GP hospital, sir, and I have prepared a questionnaire also for that.
Okay.
Yes. Through questionnaire as well as from lab, I have collected all those data, sir.
Okay. There is no level 2 data?
So yeah, it's combined actually. I didn't segregate over here actually. Level and with combination of level and level 2.
Can you show the sample data? Do you have anything there?
Right now, sir, it's in college actually. Right now.
No, how many attributes are there? Is it in a form of a table or how did you collect the data? What are there in that?
So several attributes are there, sir. It's shown in the star schema. I have shown some that all those are my attributes only.
Okay.
Can
Next.
I show that star schema table, sir?
No, that's not required. I mean, it should be in a form of table or a CSV file where
Oh, okay.
that is
Actually,
your schema, that is your architecture, but your database should be separate, right?
Yes, sir. I have prepared a software also, sir, for that.
Okay.
But
Next.
right now, I don't have it.
Okay. Then next.
Yes. So it is the overall structure, but age-wise also we can segregate the data, sir. So only I have just combined all those information and placed it.
Mm-hmm.
So
how did you get this cube chart? You tell me that.
Sir, I have placed all those data in Excel sheet, sir. Actually, this is generated through Excel sheet.
So how Excel sheet is working in a cube dimension? How
No,
are you applying OLTP, OLAP?
Actually, just for example only I have generated, sir. Just for example only I have generated.
So your finding is not there?
So just I have placed this data only. My work is going on, sir. That's fine.
Yeah, but you said you collected 500 data from
Yes, sir, but that software activities are still going on, sir.
See, overall, OLAP is a tool where you need to just push in the data and it will work for you and give the results.
Yes, sir.
But there a lot of confusion here. It is there. You said you have used OLTP, you have used OLAP, you have used ECTL. So OLTP is for RDBMS, OLAP is for data mining, and ECTL, I don't know, I'm hearing for the first time.
OLAP software also I'm having, sir, but that chart was not generated. So I have tried, but due to some technical issues, so I was unable to generate.
Madam,
so only I have used Excel sheet, sir.
No, Deepa madam, when you are presenting a paper, you should
Yes,
have
sir.
all the results with you. If I see the paper, if I see the presentation from in between, I will think these are the results you got. That you got 30% or 38, whatever is the percentage, is from 50 to 59 age.
Yes,
so that would be my understanding, correct?
Yes, sir. I can understand. So only.
Right. Okay. Carry on, madam.
This is just example only for both things. So likewise, we can correlate all those things also. No, we can compare male versus female. So likewise, I have generated. So this is the overall structure. This is a district-wise data, sir. Actually, I fetched whatever data I have collected. This is the district-wise data. Here we are having 3 districts actually: North and Middle Andaman district, South Andaman district, and Nicobar district. Based on those things, I have collected all those data. So simply generated. So hello.
Yes, you are audible. You can proceed.
Okay, sir. So this is a system I through in the present study I have proposed a data mining model for
Ms. Deepa?
hello, sir, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. So would you like to continue a session or any problem on continuing?
Yes, actually something technical issues are going on. Just a second, sir. Hi, sir. Can I proceed, sir?
Sorry?
Can I proceed?
Yes, you can proceed. You can proceed saying.
So through this study, I have proposed some data mining model where I have used 2 major techniques. consecutively, that is classification clustering method. So let's see this. So K-means classification techniques I have used for clustering the data. Those who are belongs to diabetes category, they will be clustered in one group, and non-diabetic patients are clustered in another groups. And these groups are further subdivided into several clusters based on my attributes actually. And BAM techniques also used to improve the accuracy of those all those things. This is a summary of my just a summary of my paper where I have. It's still in process actually. I have prepared a multi-dimensional data warehouse using these techniques, and I can fetch all those data using several query engines. Like if you want to segregate all those data based on several criteria, you can simply fetch it. So as we all know that type 1 is non-curable diabetes data. So it can be controlled through all those things through prevention, right? So only I have prepared, I have chosen these topics to for my research work. So that's also. Hello.
Yes, Ms. Deepa, is your session completed?
Yes, sir. This is what I have prepared actually.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Any queries, sir? Session chairs, sir, can proceed with the queries. Mr. Vivekanandan, sir, Sunil Butara, sir, Sanjay, sir.
Ms. Deepa, good afternoon. This is Professor Thakur.
Yes, sir.
Some data, it's as good as your statistical analysis is still remaining.
Yes, yes, it's still in
so
processing.
I'm really surprised ki what novelty is there.
So actually still in process, so only this much only I have prepared some collected actually, and still in process only actually. It's still going on and doing some corrections and all also.
So at least you could have shared those mathematics, that what you are proposed to do in your research work.
Yes, sir.
Because I'm not sure that how we are going to go ahead with this data.
Okay.
Anyway.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Sunil, please.
Yeah, I think whatever Thakur Saab is suggesting, that's exactly my point. If you are presenting it as a survey paper, that is a totally different perspective. And if you are suggesting it as your finding, there should be some analysis with some results. Without that, we cannot say that it is my finding or I have found a solution for diabetic patients in Andaman and Nicobar without any results. How can you say that?
Yes, yes.
So
actually,
if it is, say, suppose survey paper altogether is your studying of the first paper, and you have gone through 20 papers, and then you say that I would like to do this in my next paper. That is a totally different thing. But when you present something and say that I have used OLTP, OLAP, everything, and I have found diabetic 1-2 patients, then without mathematical proof or without any
also
findings, I don't think it's I mean, I don't understand that how this can be used as your results or something like that. I totally agree with Thakur Saab. So that's my point of view. And also, Abhinash, please, if you see, if you make us to understand which are survey papers and which are the actual finding papers, Sriniket also, that's my request from my side, so that
Sure, sir.
we can concentrate only on that instead of continuously. I don't know, means you have to tell us what are the papers which are actually experimental results are there, and which are the papers which are survey papers. So for me also it's a confusion. I thought that this is a paper where there will be some experimental results, but I'm also getting confused what is happening. So sorry for that, and that's my
Clearly
opinion.
understood, sir. And
Yeah, thank
excellent.
you.
Yes, sir. Clearly understood. And we are really sorry. Maybe a small mistake. I will inform Avinash as well on segregating these papers in the respective
Yeah,
things.
please. If say suppose there are
Thank
some
you so much, Ms.
experimental
Deepa.
results are there, then we can, the participant also might have done a lot of efforts, and we are here to give only some suggestions. We are not to judge something good or
Absolutely,
bad.
sir. Absolutely, sir.
Every paper is a paper. We cannot say that it's a very nice
Absolutely,
or
sir.
very. So just please take care of that, as we are also sitting in
Sure,
office.
sir.
And okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. I clearly understood, sir. This not happening again. Thank you so much for your valuable suggestion. Kindly, I would like to go with the next presenter, Ms. Roja Sri, on topic of research institutions of asymmetric crypto system. Ms. Roja Sri.
Yes, I'm here, sir. Shall I share my PPT?
Yes, thank you so much. You can share the presentation.
Okay.
Ms. Roja Sri.
Yeah, I'm sharing, sir. I'm sharing.
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, sirs who are here to help me out to find out the proper way in my research. Okay. So this is my presentation. I was listening to the suggestions given by the judges, the chairpersons. My paper, the paper I'm presenting here is a review paper. I have already gone for the proposed system in my research work, but this paper is my review paper, and it is a small topic in crypto system. It is about asymmetric cryptography. Before going into the presentation, let me introduce myself. I am Rojashri, a research student from Raja Sarfoji College, affiliated to Bharatdasan University. I am doing the research under the guidance of Dr. Jnana Jayanti of Raja. She's a professor of Raja Sarfoji College, Tanjore. So the topic itself is research intuition of asymmetric crypto system. Here, what I was trying to do is to analyze what are the different asymmetric crypto algorithms available. What are the research people have done so far? Is there any problems in the crypto system? Should we go for a new system or make some changes in the cryptography algorithm? The agenda of the agenda of this presentation will be like this: introduction, research survey, whatever I have inferred, my observations, the conclusions, and a small acknowledgement to the government of Tamil Nadu and the references that I have taken. So as an introduction, in cryptography is a science of hiding message and then transmitting. So it is a communication between people where we are going to hide the message so that only the sender and the receiver are going to see the message. So there are, from the Paleolithic age itself, cryptography is existent. Different ways of hiding the message were available. Modern computers have introduced symmetric and asymmetric cryptography. The symmetric and asymmetric cryptography means initially in the classical computing technologies, there were one key or a password or a key which was used to both hide the text and also to unhide the text. Here in technical term, we say that crypting and decrypting. So the plain text is a message that is to be transmitted between the sender and the receiver. The plain text will be first encrypted using a key, a secret key, that will be converted into a ciphertext. That ciphertext will be transmitted in the physical medium. On the receiver end, the same key, if the same key is used to decipher, to convert it to the readable text, it is called as symmetric cryptography. If it is asymmetric cryptography, there will be two different keys. One key will be the secret, another key will be public. The secret key is held with the participant of message sharing. The public key is shared between the participant of the message sharing. When the sender is sending the message, they use both these keys to encrypt. It will be transmitted. The unreadable text will be transmitted in the physical medium. The receiver will use both his secret key and the public key to decipher the text, and he will read the message. Apart from this, we have one more technology called as hashing cryptography, and I have taken that as a separate review paper, hashing. So we are not going to concentrate on that here, but I'll just give a definition of hashing. Hashing is a method where we use a function to convert a plain text of different length to a specific length plain text. So this we use for encrypting signatures, small size text, OTPs, numbers like that, PIN numbers and all those things. So here I'm going to concentrate on asymmetric key cryptography. It is also called as public key cryptography. The general introduction, there are so many algorithms available, but the highlight algorithms are the RSA algorithm, the Rivest-Shamir-Edelman algorithm, and ECC algorithm. These are the algorithms which is said to be very strong in asymmetric or public key cryptography. So the algorithms, it was first developed by the Rivest-Shamir. Let us concentrate on RSA. RSA was developed by three scientists, Ron Rivest, Adi Shamir, and Leonard Edelman. They used two large prime numbers and they implemented it in this algorithm, which is presented in the screen. This is the basic which we learn even in our PG. The strength of this algorithm is the factorization problem. It was understood by the people that in RSA algorithm, two big prime numbers are used and their mod value is taken to encrypt and decrypt. The mod of the plain text will be the encrypted text. The mod of the encrypted text will be the message to be read. So the strength of this algorithm is factorization problem, because they felt that it is not possible to find out what are these two big prime numbers. But later on, as the fast computers are coming inside, there are so many attacks found out. The RSA algorithm was also getting cracked. The key size of the RSA algorithm, the key used to encrypt and decrypt the big prime key numbers, it is very big that we needed some extra hardware also in the computer. So whenever I'm doing a research about the asymmetric algorithm, I was concentrating on what are the benefits, what are the drawbacks, and how to overcome this drawback in a new algorithm that I'm going to implement. So with that aim, I chose many papers and I was learning. The next algorithm is ECC algorithm. Even now, this is considered to be the best algorithm for encrypting. Most of the places we go for ECC algorithm, and it is found that it is very strong. We cannot break it. It was developed by two different scientists separately, independently. They found out the same algorithm was suggested by two different scientists, Neil Kolbis and Victor Miller, both in different areas. Both concentrated on the elliptical curve itself. Elliptical curve, it is an algorithm which is used to find out only the keys. Whenever we go for encryption, the key plays a crucial role. If the key is found out by the intruder, the entire algorithm is going to break. The algorithm is always public. The encryption algorithm will always be public. The key plays a very crucial role. So here in an elliptical curve algorithm, we are concentrating to find out only the keys. There are so many. The key space produced by the elliptical curve algorithm will be very big. The size of the key is very less. So these two were the benefits of using elliptical curve algorithm when compared to RSA algorithm. This is the theory that we learn, but when we are going for elliptical curve, this elliptical curve is also prone to some of the attacks as listed in this slide. It is some curves, the NIST, the organization which is the authoritative organization, which will say this algorithm is okay. They are called as the NIST. So they say that some curves are not valid. You don't use these curves. These curves, if you are using, your entire encryption system is going to be vulnerable. So there are some invalid curves given by NIST. Quantum curve attacks. Some curves are easily attacked. Side channel attacks, brute force attacks, all these attacks are also there in elliptical curve. Elliptical curve algorithm is not as such an encryption algorithm. The main aim of ECC is to find out the keys. And with these keys, we will implement it in LGML or DHA algorithm, and then only encryption is done. So whatever attacks are present in LGML and DHA algorithm, it is there in ECC also. So this is the inference from the theoretical study that I went through, I was able to understand. In order to understand this, I went through nearly 20, more than 20, but some 20 papers were really striking. So these are the papers. I have taken only 2 papers here, which could support for RSA and ECC. In these papers, the authors say that the elliptical curve cryptography, we are going to find the tangent, we are going to find the 2 normal lines to find out the points on the elliptical curve, and these points will become the keys. Zheng et al. In 1993, they said that RSA algorithm, a small variation by inserting a new number instead of the big prime number. They also introduced one more small insertion by giving a steganography insertion into RSA algorithm. A small variation in the RSA, they said it will be better. So these 2 papers were supporting ECC and RSA algorithm. This paper, here I have taken 2 examples of my review papers. In these algorithm, in these 2 papers, the authors, sir. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Shall I proceed? Excuse me. Okay. Mandal et al. In 2013, they were able to find out that these algorithms, like the RSA algorithm, they had the RSA algorithm and the ECC algorithms, they have some flaws in the algorithm. There is some IOS attacks, there's some symmetric problems in the availability in the algorithm. Kedar et al. In 2019, they said that RSA itself needs bigger space. It requires more space for storing the algorithm, for the execution of the algorithm, and the overhead for execution of RSA is more when compared to ECC. So these 2 authors, they were saying that ECC is burst, RSA is not good, ECC is better, RSA is better, like that. There is always a confusion. In the nearest, that is in 2017, after 2017, there were some authors like Breston, Jasmine et al., William et al. These people, they have given some papers wherein they are able to find out, they are able to attack the RSA algorithm, the ECC algorithm, especially the asymmetric algorithm, where we are using some mathematical equations, where we are using some mathematical formulas. They say that the fast performing computers, which is a boon for the other computing technologies, can be a bane to cryptography. So these papers, the Bresson et al., Jasmine et al.'s paper, William et al.'s paper, where these papers took me into a different angle, and it insisted more on finding out a new algorithm which could withstand post-quantum computers. So here I had to understand what is post-quantum computers. So where I took some more papers on post-quantum computers, where I came to understand that it is because of modern computing technologies, the high-speed processors are creating this problem for the field of cryptography. So the high-speed computers, it is very good for the functioning of the computing, but the same thing has become a problem for the cryptographic technologies. So the problem was there only for asymmetric when compared to symmetric. Asymmetric has more problems because the mathematical calculations can be easily solved by the computers. In symmetric crypto systems, the formulas were not used. It can be different. Say like that, it can be a shift algorithm. It can be a what rotation algorithm. So that depends how many rotations we go. That depends on the algorithm only. The main flaw was there with the mathematical equations, which could be easily solved by the computers. So at present, the asymmetric algorithms like RSA and ECC are at high risk, and this is being found out by NIST also. So when I analyze the call for the NIST has called for many papers from the researchers community to give many suggestions for algorithms which are resistant to post-quantum attacks. So the main challenge is that the NIST is saying that the key size of the algorithm should be very small, such that it is not occupying many more space. The public key infrastructure, it should be different. It should not be like a mathematical equation or tough mathematical equation. It should be something, it should be a hybrid methodology. Devices like in Internet of Things, we have very small devices wherein it will be placed in remote areas. Even for those devices, we have to give security. So the algorithm should be designed for that also. So the composite keys, the key size, the multiple public key algorithms, all these things have to be used. Maximum, the suggestion of NIST is that they gave a suggestion saying that we have to go for hybridization of cryptography. That is what they said. So in my observation and inference, what I feel is there is a very bad need for finding out a new algorithm or a new cryptographic system that could be able to withstand the attacks of the quantum computing. So I'm already in the work of, I have proposed one algorithm, but that using a regional language Tamil. Instead of going for normally almost all the cryptographic algorithms, we are using English and numerals, 0 to 9 numerals for crypto inside the backend. The backend process of cryptography is English and numerals. In my algorithm, I have chosen my regional language of Tamil to encrypt. The user of the system need not know how the encryption is done, but the encryption is done using the Tamil language. I've seen to it that the man in the needle attack or brute force attack could not be implemented. I'm not using any mathematical equation. I'm using only system constant, system constants like the GPS location, the system time, all these things to encrypt the algorithm. That will be my next presentation in any other conferences. My paper, my research work is being accepted by Tamil Nadu State Council for Higher Education and Department of Science and Technology. They have given me a fund to continue with my research. I thank them for supporting me in my research work. And these are the references that I have used here in this review paper for asymmetric. I have chosen only 2 or 3 papers in my presentation. My paper, the full paper has the detailed explanation of all these references. Thank you. Any queries, sir?
Thank you so much, Rajashri.
Yes, sir.
Sir, session chair, sir, any queries? We can proceed, sir.
Miss Rajashri, this is
Review paper.
Professor Thakur.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
You have already proposed some algorithm. Better
Yes,
you could have discussed about the same.
Okay, but sir, in this presentation, in this publication, I gave only for review paper, and so I did not bring, but maybe I can present some of these slides here.
So, because the title itself is then of not fulfilling your requirement.
Sir, this is a review paper, sir. This paper which I am giving here is a review paper, but my research is in the proposal state, and I've already done that. Shall I share that slide?
During your conclusion, you mentioned that already I have proposed.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So that is why I said you have proposed. What is the use of talking about all this?
Sir, shall I give a fast scroll of my proposed algorithm? A fast scroll.
It's okay. Now that time, I think.
Okay, sir. Actually, it is okay. They said okay, and my DC members, they asked me to proceed with the synopsis.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, Rojeshri, I have
Sir?
a question.
Yes, sir.
You told that quantum computing and quantum cryptography is coming into picture.
Yes, sir.
Quantum cryptography only has come since last 15 years. It's also not new. It's
It's
as
yes,
good
sir.
as your RSA algorithm or any algorithms, whatever you have mentioned.
Yes, sir.
So quantum cryptography and quantum computing also has started 20 years back.
Yes, sir.
So you could have actually included that also. Then it would have been become good survey paper. But RSA and all these things, every BTech student is studying since last 20 years.
Okay, sir.
New thing
Sir,
was
sir, in my
quantum, and
paper,
quantum, you should have included that, and then you should have told the drawbacks of RSA, then symmetric, asymmetric, or whatever it is there, then with what are the advantages compared with quantum, and in which direction you want to go further your research, whether you want to go using quantum. So all picture is unclear here. I'm
okay,
not
sir.
sure what you would like to do in future. You want to go with quantum or RSA?
With quantum, sir.
Yeah, with
Yes.
quantum means
Yes.
where is the discussion of quantum? Nowhere there is a discussion of quantum.
Sir, in the presentation I have showed
Only you have written a line.
this one. The challenges are here, and this line. So we have to go for
Yeah,
computing.
only that is what I have
Okay,
seen.
okay.
Quantum attacks. That's
Okay,
the
sir,
only
okay,
one
sir.
line I have seen throughout
Yes.
your presentation.
Okay, sir, I can
So you
understand,
should
sir.
have compared RSA with quantum, and then you should have said that quantum is going to be the next thing. And I would like to work in this one, and this is something, some analysis which I've done with quantum.
Okay, sir.
So whatever you have told is just which is been existing since last 20, 25, 35 years.
Yes, sir.
Quantum has come, that to 10 years is over. So
Yes,
that
sir.
you have to specifically tell and show the difference between RSA and quantum.
Okay,
That
sir.
should be the way I think so.
I think I should have elaborated these points, this present slide here. What is RSA, ECC? What
No,
are the
RSA,
drawbacks?
ECC, everybody knows that.
No,
Since
drawbacks,
RSA has,
drawbacks.
since quantum is new in the sense that also it has come into the industry since last 10 years, but
Yes.
that at least if you have told it and showed the comparison between these advantages and disadvantages, that would been a good thing.
Okay.
Anyways,
Sir.
all the
Okay.
best, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rojeshri.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Next participant is Mr. Sukhvinder Kaur on studies on the effects of automobile exhaust emissions from petrol and diesel using vehicles on biomass of Jammu. Mr. Sukhvinder Kaur.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me? Can you hear
Yes,
me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you. You can proceed.
Okay, sir.
You can share the screen and you can start the presentation.
Okay, sir. Actually, so first time I am using on Zoom. Actually, I have used Google Meet most of the times. So I am trying for the desktop.
Yes, at the middle of the option, you have an option called share screen.
Sir, yes, I am trying, but I am not able to find my desktop there.
Once you click the share screen,
sir, share screen, I've already started that share screen, but it is option is coming screen, whiteboard, iPhone, photos.
Desktop. Yes, now we have your desktop. Yes, correct.
Okay. Can you see the PPT, sir?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Dr. Sukhvinder. I'm assistant professor of zoology at Guru Nanak College, Shri Muktsar Sahib, Punjab. So I'm going to present my paper on the studies on the impact of vehicular exhaust pipe emissions from vehicles using petrol and diesel on the biomass of Jammun. Actually, it is a comparative study to compare the impact of the exhaust pipe emissions, which are using a different type of fuels. So as we all know that presently India is facing a deterioration in air quality in the many cities because of the rapid urbanization, industrialization, and the economic growth. And motor vehicles, they are accounting for more of the world's air pollution than any of the other human activities. Carbon monoxide, hydrocarbons, and the oxides of nitrogen, sulfur, and particulate matter, they are the major pollutants which are being emitted by the automobile vehicles. So World Health Organization has estimated that in developing countries, increasing the urban air pollution has caused more than 2 million deaths per year, along with the respiratory illness cases. So plants I have focused because they are playing an important role in all the ecosystems. They are helping in maintenance of the ecological balance by their contribution of cycling of nutrients and in the circulation of gases. So trees are also helping in lessening the air pollution levels by absorbing the pollutants and intercepting the particulate matter and releasing the oxygens. So in the cities, the trees are facing a severe type of polluted environmental stress because of the various types of automobiles, industrial, and anthropogenic activities. The congestion of traffic and the pollutants that we can see in our traffic jams and in the red lights, we all have seen. So these are discharging a lot of pollutant in the environment because of the mostly due to the incomplete burning of the fuel and the poorly maintained vehicles in our India. So that is resulting in the shortening of the lifespan of the healthy plants. So phytomass I focus because it is reflecting the state of the various physiological and metabolic processes of the plant and is an important determinant of productivity. So many workers have supported the study of biomass as a parameter for noticing the effect, and it is also indicating the carbon assimilating potential of the plant. In the present study, I have taken jamun, which is a Syzygium cumini, which is belonging to the family Myrtaceae. Because of its consideration of the high medicinal value and its economic value as a horticulture plant, and its adaptability to the urban and rural environment, and the widespread occurrence in whole of the India. So this is an alarming situation of the increase in the number of automobiles which are being sold in India and the millions in the past few years. We can see that it has been in continuous increase and that is causing an increase in pollutant level also. So for the purpose of my study, the diesel and the petrol using vehicles, we have taken the two types of vehicles representing the variation in the fuel types. I have taken the car, which is representative of the petrol-dependent four-stroke engine vehicle, and the Vikram, a three-wheeler public transport vehicle, which is representative of the diesel-using vehicle. So for the purpose, the 1-year-old jamun plants were raised in a well-manured soil in the pots for initiating the experimental studies. The 10 replicates were used in the experiment for the control and the experimental work. Open top chambers were used to given the exposure, and the plastic sheets were stretched between the wooden poles on all the 4 sides to make an open top chamber. And on one of the walls, the perforation was made for the entry of the pipe, which is bringing the emissions directly from the exhaust pipe of the vehicles to the fumigation apparatus, which was an iron dome placed in the center of the chamber. For the fumigation, the exposure schedule coincided with the time of stomatal opening in the plants, so that the maximum advantage of the open stomata condition for permitting the entry of the gases was taken to initiate the plant response. The fumigation was given for 1 hour daily for 30 days between 11 a.m. to 12 noon. After the completion of the fumigation schedule, leaves were selected randomly. 5 replicates of the leaf sets were taken and they were kept in the poly bags and brought to the laboratory. Phytomass of the plants is actually reflecting the state of the various physiological and metabolic processes. So, and is an important determinant of productivity. So then the plants were over-dried and the biomass of the leaves of both the controlled and exposed population was determined using the disk method. The results and discussions are like that. The biomass of both the root, all the three roots, stems, and the leaf part of the jamun plants of the treated and controlled population that revealed the reduction in biomass in all the treated populations as compared to the control population of the 3 plant parts. So this is a table which is reflecting the variation in the values of the roots, stems, and the leaves. Then the air pollutants that were the first deposited in the soil, so that has caused the more reduction in the roots, as the heavy metals, which are the first affecting the functioning of the roots, and they interfere with the soil resource captured by the plant. So the reduction in the resource capture nutrient uptake, and water uptake all will affect the plant growth. So in the route, the higher reduction was in population which was exposed to the exhaust from Vikram, which is a diesel using vehicle. Here the reduction was about 46%. And although the reduction was there in that which was exposed to car also, but in stem, the reduction in biomass was observed again to be greater in the population exposed to the Vikram as compared to the control. In the leaves, the reduction in phytomass was again relatively higher, 15% in the population exposed to the Vikram. So these exhaust gases might have been causing the inhibitory effect on the photosynthetic processes of the plants and the reduction in dry biomass, which has resulted due to the reduction of the chlorophyll. So the reduction in leaf area in the damaged plant is also causing the lowered biomass. The reduction in the dry weight of roadside plants has occurred in earlier studies also, as observed by some other workers, due to the pollution stress, and is an indication of the depressing effect of pollutant on the vital metabolic processes. So weight is also an important indicator of the adaptation mechanism, which the plant can adapt. Some other workers have highlighted this also. So they have observed the reduction in the root biomass to be greater than the shoot biomass in the plants of brassica and when exposed to the coal smoke pollution. Similarly, the exhaust emission from the diesel generator has caused the significant reduction in dry mass of the root, shoot, leaf, and the total plant dry mass in some other plants. So these exhaust emissions are injurious to the plant, and the excessive quantity of the airborne pollutant metals that covers the leaves, they clog the stomata, they reduce the absorption of the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, and the intensity of the light which is reaching the interior of the leaf. So this study has established the recognition of the plant species like jamun as an indicator of air pollution in the area. So this is the references which I have used. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Sukhvinder. So any queries, we can proceed, sir.
No questions. Thank you.
Okay. Oh,
thank you, sir.
So, Mr. Sunil, sir, any queries?
No questions.
We'll go with the next presenter, Mr. Abhishek Mundal, on topic of a comparative study between the WAD 14 and WAD 14 and WAD 24 on the basis of KAP, knowledge, attitude, and practice regarding dengue in Kolkata, a public health study. So, Abhishek Mundal, you can proceed with your presentation.
Sir, my screen is visible, sir?
Yes, it is visible. You can proceed.
I'm trying to go at the full screen mode. Sir, is a full screen mode?
Yes, it's in full screen. You can start presentation.
Okay. My paper is on a comparative study between the WAD 14 and WAD 24 on the basis of CAP, knowledge, attitude, and practice regarding dengue in Kolkata, a public health study. My name is Abhishek Mandal and my supervisor's name is Dr. Sahili Guhaniyogi Ghatak. Moving on to the next slide, Mr. Abhishek Mandal, I am a PhD scholar, have presented 6 international journals, published paper, and presented 2 papers in International Wave of Conference on recent trends and development in applied research in industrial practices, and 32nd World Conference on Applied Research, Science and Technology on 30 and 31st December 2020 in Goa. The abstract, this study was conducted in India in the state of West Bengal with special reference to Kolkata. This paper was based on a comparative study between the WAD 14 and WAD 24 on the basis of CAP, that is knowledge, attitude, and practice regarding dengue in Kolkata. Both quantitative and qualitative method was adopted in this study. A 68 set of questionnaire was administered to the residents living in the 2 wards under study, Ward 14 and Ward 24. A survey was conducted along with participant observation and randomly selecting the household in 4 wards in Kolkata. Here, I like to mention, sir, that primary data was collected by a survey method. In introduction part, Aedes aegypti mosquito are quite prominent in the tropical and subtropical countries all over the world. In India, dengue spread like epidemic during the year 2017 to 19, causing havoc death in the urban parts of the country. This study was done in Kolkata, the capital city of West Bengal, country India, where the CAP, knowledge, attitude, and practice of the people living in urban areas of the megacity Kolkata, with special reference to Ward 14 and Ward 24. The growing number of construction sites along with clogged drains and canals in urban bastis, that is slums, where the rainwater gets accumulated during monsoon and stored in the use and thrown away plastic cups, coconut shells, bamboo sticks, and garbage allows the Aedes aegypti mosquito to lay eggs in those clean water containers, results in the growing number of dengue fever in those two wards in Kolkata, which were badly, very badly infected with dengue fever year after year. The objective of this study is to find out the gap, that is knowledge, attitude, and practice regarding dengue amongst the people living in the Ward 14 and Ward 24 in Kolkata. Methodology I followed in this paper is, here in this study, a mixed method was adopted, that is applying both quantitative and qualitative method. Sampling method adopted was random sampling. Data analysis was done with the help of Microsoft Excel software. Results, here two words, a pie diagram has been shown, has been populated in the Excel software, where two respondents from the ward 24 and 43 respondents from the ward 14 were randomly selected from the area of ward 14 and ward 24 from all the household doing a random sampling. These are the people who have been suffering from dengue or have been suffered from dengue during that period of time. Okay, the questionnaire was prepared. On the basis of the questionnaire, some questions were asked to the respondents while doing a survey research, that is, dengue is serious illness which can take life. The question was asked by the researcher to the respondents, and in ward 14, 37 respondents said strongly agree, and two respondents from ward 24 said strongly agree with the statement dengue is a serious illness which can take life if suffering from it. The next question was asked, do you feel you are getting a risk of getting dengue? In two respondents from the ward 24 answered strongly agree, and 7 respondents from the ward 14 agreed with strongly agree with the statement that feeling getting risks of getting dengue in living in those areas in urban bastis. Do you feel that dengue fever can be prevented? This is the next question, where 3 respondents from ward 14 responded strongly agree with the answer, and 2 of them in ward 24 agreed with the strongly agree as the answer. Do you feel that more awareness program on dengue is needed to prevent it? This question was asked, and 24 in ward 24, 15 respondents answered agree. Similarly, in what 14, 2 respondents in what 24, 2 respondents agreed with this statement. Next question, which was asked, do you feel that Kolkata Municipal Corporation, that is KMC, should use bleaching powder even if it does not have any impact on the dengue, nor it kills Aedes aegypti mosquito, where it was found that 33 respondents from the ward 14 agree that it should use the bleaching powder to reduce the impact of this mosquito, and 2 from the ward 24. In the concluding part, the author would like to say that while doing this research on the CAP, that is knowledge, attitude, and practice of the people living in 2 wards of Kolkata, found that the ward 14 were full of people who used to store water in containers, which most of them were uncovered. Again, wells were uncovered, which was mainly available in the ward 14 amongst the potters who make clay cups for their living. The lack of proper consciousness among the people, as well as the many of them in Ward 24 complained that local health workers were also not serious and take proper precautions to stop the spread of mosquito. I have attached the references. The next slide is on references, and I have attached the questionnaire which was being prepared by the researcher and was administered to the respondents. It is the hard copy of 68 set of questions which I have included in the slide for the reference. And this is one sample medical report of the respondents, which I have also included in the study. Thank you. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'll
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Abhishek, sir. Is queries session chair, sir?
Yeah, Mr. Abhishek, so your questionnaire, it was a survey on the questionnaire or what?
Yes, it was a survey on the questionnaire, sir. It was a primary data. I collected the primary data from the Ward 14 and Ward 24 in Kolkata. It's a random sampling I did, house to house sampling.
So there are so many tools available for doing the analysis. Why only Excel sheet where you just can get a pie chart or a bar chart? You have a lot of tools available. So monkey survey is there, lot of tools, ready-made tools are available where you can present it in a very better way.
Yes, sir, I know, but actually the softwares are right now not available with me. The Excel was available with me. That's why I have taken this Excel software as my data analysis. In future, I like to go with your statement.
But your conclusion does not support the answer for the survey. Means you have to say that this is what has been found in the survey, and that's how it should be.
Yes, sir. Actually, these are the conditions which I have just got through from the survey, and yeah, I should include that. What I understand, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, Mr. Mondal.
Yes, sir.
Sample size is too small. 45 in one ward total, and 43 is from one ward, and from another ward only 2. This sample size would not be any conclusive in nature, in fact.
No, actually, sir, these the sample size was 100 actually, and these the samples which I have shown here were the people. Now I have taken those people who have already suffering from dengue or who have been suffered during this period of time. That's 2018 to 2020. During this period of time, who have already suffered with the dengue, those candidates, those respondents were selected for my survey. So actually, it was a random sampling. So I moved all door to door and I sampled many people. So these are the selected people who have been suffering from dengue, who have the experience of telling me and answering the questionnaire, sir.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abhishek.
Thank you, sir.
I would like to call the next participant, Ms. Devosmita Sidkar, on a novel strategy of reusing oil mill soil to obtain fungal lipolytic enzymes, an approach to get best from waste.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon. I'm Deboshmita.
Mr. Abhishek, you can close your, yes. Yes, you're audible, Ms. Devosmita. You can share the presentation and start.
Sir, is my screen visible? Hello?
Yes, it's available. Yes, okay. It's visible. You can start.
Okay, okay, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Deboshmita Sigda. I'm a research assistant in Government College of Engineering and Leather Technology, Kolkata. My topic is a novel strategy of reusing oil mill soil to obtain fungal lipolytic enzymes, an approach to get best from waste. So basically what I did, I collected soil from oil mill region. Now, as I say oil mill, the soil pertaining to this region is rich in oil content. Therefore, it provides a breeding ground for various microbes to grow on it. The microbes may include bacteria, fungi, but the fungal origin was maximum in this we know that fungal colonies grow maximum in this kind of environment. The proper environment provided by the soil to this fungal colonies help them to thrive in this oil-rich soil. This fungal colonies produce enzymes. As these enzymes are lipolytic in nature, they can break down the oil molecules of this soil into the fatty acids and glycerol. And this broken down fatty acid and glycerol can be taken up by the fungal colonies and can be used for their survival. So my aim is to isolate the fungal colonies from this oil region, from this soil, the soil of oil mills, and then culture it in the lab and then ferment it to produce enzymes, basically the lipolytic enzymes. Lipases are a biological tool or the enzymes that can break down fats or lipid molecules into fatty acid and glycerol. So the main aim is to provide a possible venture to exploit this isolated biocatalyst for using it in the pre-tanning operations of leather processing. Lipases have huge applications in various industries, be it in pharmaceutical industries or textile or jute. It can also be used in the pre-tanning operations of leather. Now comes the plan, how I started the work. First, I isolated the wild strains from this soil. Then in the lab scale, we fermented it under various conditions. We changed the nutrients, we changed the temperature, we changed the pH, and finally we optimized the growth conditions. Our main strategy is to obtain the best from the West. The objectives are isolation of fungal colonies from the soil samples, screening of this lipase producing isolates, optimizing the enzyme activity, and finally estimating the growth curve of all the isolates under the various parameters. We isolated 3 pure cultures from this soil sample and we studied individually what are the growth rates under various optimization conditions. Here are the results. First, we varied the media. We used the potato dextrose media, that is a media that is favorable for the growth of fungus only. Here we see that out of C1, C2 and C3, if the C2 colony gave the best result, that is the highest growth rate. In TBB media, that is the tributyrene media, which is the differential media for lipolytic fungus, here we saw that C3 gave the maximum growth rate. And we used thirdly we used 2-in-80. 2-in-80 is nothing but a surfactant. We add this to a TBB media, then what we see that as it is an emulsifier, so it increases the growth rate. So after using 2-in-80, we saw that C3 was again the one which is showing the maximum growth rate result. Then we changed the pH. We varied from acidic, basic and neutral. In acidic pH, C3. In neutral, it was again C3, but in basic, the C1 was the colony which gave the best result. Then we changed the temperature. We varied the temperature from 45 to 37 and the lower temperature was 25. It was seen that at 45 and 37 it was C3, whereas in 25 degrees centigrade it was C1. Then we changed the substrate. We used different kind of oil in the media. First we used mustard oil, then castor oil, and then thirdly we used sunflower oil. It was seen that C1 was the one which is going beautifully in mustard oil. Then in castor oil it was C2, and in sunflower oil C2 was again showing good result, best result among the 3. We changed the carbon source from sucrose, starch and glucose, and we saw that in sucrose it was C2, in starch it was C3, and in glucose it was again C3. Then we changed the nitrogen source in the media from beef extract to meat extracts and then finally yeast extract, and it was seen that C2 was the one showing the best result in beef extract. In meat extract it was C2, and in yeast extract it was C1. Outcomes. here we see that the soil of this oil mill was earlier treated as a trash material, but now as we can use it as a very important and useful resource for obtaining the fungal enzymes, so here we are converting waste soil rich in lipid content into a valuable resource for getting fungal lipase. It can, and as we know that fungal lipase has immense applications, so here we can opt for a greener replacement of harsh chemicals which are otherwise which are conventionally otherwise used in the lab and the various industries and also in leather processing. We can employ this as a replacement for harsh chemicals for obtaining eco-friendly and eco-tagged leather. This will be eco-friendly, it will be economically viable, and therefore it will be an option for cleaner and greener technology. It can also be used for industrial waste processing in order that we can the effluents can be treated with these enzymes before they are getting discharged into the environment. Thereby we can reduce the pollution rate. It is an initiative towards conversion of trash to treasure and a step towards sustainable ecosystem. Significances: replacement of conventional operation techniques for development of a cleaner and greener technology, earning of revenues by large-scale production and marketing of these bioactive compounds to various industries, and thereby bringing a positive environmental change. Thank you. Hello.
Thank you so much, Debasmita.
Thank you, sir.
So, Shinchar sir, if any queries, we can proceed. Okay, thank you. We'll go with the next presenter, Ms. Apurva Kulkarni, on comparative analysis of dry EDM and conventional EDM in machine of Hastelloy. Apurva Kulkarni can proceed with your presentation. Ms. Debasmita, you can stop sharing your screen. Thank you. Apurva Kulkarni. Okay, we'll go with the next presenter. It's Dr. Sanjeev Kumar M.Phil. A way to look at the management education under the aegis of 4.0 Industrial Revolution and beyond. Dr. Sanjeev M.
Yeah, yes, sir. Can you hear me, sir? Can you hear?
Yes, I can hear you. You can start sharing your presentation.
Okay, sir. Right away, sir. Sir, is my screen visible to you? Hello, sir.
No,
Hello?
Not visible yet.
1 minute, sir. Sir, am I visible? Is it visible, sir?
Yes, now it is visible.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sanjeev Kumar Paul. This paper is done under the guidance of my guide, Dr. Shiv Shankar K, who is Associate Professor, Department of Management Studies, Vish-Chancellor Technological University, Belgavi. The title of this study is A Way to Look at the Management Education under the aegis of Fourth Industrial Revolution and beyond. The presentation flow goes like this. I'm going to start with the introduction, and the second part is what we need today is a socio-technical approach. What is Industry 4? I'm going to just define. Then a review of literature. Then education system needs to take a call. That will be our fifth sub-objective. Objectives of the study, the research method that I've used, and the inferences and conclusion. I'm going to start with my presentation now. The introduction part. During the second half of 20th century, tremendous changes have been seen in the business environment. The opening up of Indian economy brought plethora of business opportunities. It stimulated in creation of jobs and generation of wealth. Organizations needed executives, managers who were agile, flexible, and can work beyond boundaries. They wanted their executives to be proactive to the new threats and opportunities that drive growth and success in the future. Here, at this time, the management education MBA came to the rescue of businesses around the world. But as of today, the scenario is completely changed. It is evident that changing business scenarios due to rampant change in technology, the emergence of fourth industrial revolution has triggered new horizons of business. What we need today is a socio-technical approach in optimizing organizational performance. As automation and Internet of Things, digitization is going to eat up many jobs, and at the same time, it is going to make up for new skills in information systems, jobs in big data, cloud computing, robotics, which we can see they are already on the upside trajectories. The consequences that we could see today is going to be a job redundancy, job dissatisfaction, job cutouts, which is going to bring change in organization behavior. The study is done by socio-technical school of thoughts in the mid of 20th century, that what we study in our management institutes, the school of thoughts, in that it's a socio-technical school. It's a Taoistic institute in London, they have done a study on socio-technical. So that is even evident in today's scenario. The researchers with the background in the behavioral sciences like the sociology, psychology, and anthropology suggested that what was needed was a fit between technical subsystem and social subsystem, which together made up an organization. What they emphasized that both social and technical system must be jointly used to optimize the industry. Therefore, the approach one has to make towards investment in digitization, automation has to be based on sound understanding of the return on investment, and at the same time, it should derive value to the organization's product and to all its stakeholders. Hence, the higher education, especially the MBA programs, has to understand about the 4IR, that is Industrial Revolution, and its impact on employment of management graduates. What is Industry 4? Industry 4 offers a comprehensive, interlinked, and a holistic approach to manufacturing. It connects physical with digital and allows for better collaboration and success across departments, partners, vendors, products, and people. Industry 4 empowers business owners to better control and understand every aspect of the operation and allows them to leverage instant data to boost productivity, improve process, and drive growth, which is given by the EPICORE. To look at the Industry 4, what we need to see what has happened earlier to this. There was a strong connect between specific technology and specific market. For example, information technology was used only in the electronic products such as TVs, computers, and so on, while mechanical things were only applied into automobile industries. But both had different markets as technologies were separate. Now such separations are moving away, and both technologies are merging rapidly because of advancement in information technology such as artificial intelligence, big data, and so on. This is what we witness in Industry 4, which emphasis on digital technology from the recent past to a whole new level through the interconnectedness by using Internet of Things to access real-time data and the introduction of cyber-physical system. The review of literature. The research done by many authors reveal that management graduates are not industry ready. As the business environment changes, so does the desired skill and abilities of MBA graduates must also change and get updated. Today's business environment is characterized global, technological, intense, followed by cutthroat competition and dynamism. Business models are changing constantly, making it difficult to run businesses profitably without the help of exceptional talent. In every sector or division, organizations need creative, productive talent to succeed. It is during these times of change, the management graduates could bring most gain to the organizations if they prepare themselves very early for higher education and be realistic about their roles for which their MBA program will qualify them, as they will be the change agents for us. An organization's core competency as of today is how best and fast it provides service to its clients, which enables them having a competitive edge over its counterparts, which relies upon how effectively and efficiently the technical skills are put into practice and seamlessly interfaced with the technology. Successful integration and interface of technology depends upon how quickly a fresh management graduate accumulate new technical skills which are taught to them, and this acquisition of new skills is facilitated when management trainee is having a sound basic knowledge. A lot of things have been written on Industry 4, but no one knows how it is going to penetrate, and still it is too young. Needs lots of brainstorming in India, whether it can be implemented in every business front, which has to be understood. The acceleration of innovation and the velocity of disruption are hard to both comprehend and anticipate. Therefore, businesses need to understand and think deeper whether they have any problems which can be fixed by the components of Industry 4 and whether it can accelerate our businesses. In order to get into this groove of this situation, Siddharth Osman, the Dean of Business Management School, South Africa, in his article, Scaling Up the MBA for Relevance in the Fourth Industrial Revolution, says that we expect to see more and more MBA courses that have techno-managerial content, a curriculum that integrates theory and applied skills that prepare students for Industry 4. Now, education system needs to take a call in its support, and this means preparing students for techno-managerial skills. To make 4IR into stride, an MBA program must blend with technological skills, and which can serve as a catalyst in transitioning traditional business practices, its research techniques, its managerial approaches into best fit strategies suited for tomorrow's workplace. Hence, the design of MBA program and the skill development has to be inclined in shaping candidates and be committed for the businesses of future. The core of MBA program today has to move one step ahead. Apart from managing business and its people, it has to manage the networks within the digital platform and interface. In this way, a relevant MBA program designed for this purpose can offer creative and innovative supported digital learning. Apart from this, there is another determinant skill which plays a crucial role in management graduates' employment is soft skills. Robinson, 2017, an associate director for the MBA program at Cass Business School in London, in her survey with employees, revealed that the most important skill is that they were not core MBA subjects such as finance and marketing, but more loosely defined qualities or so-called as soft skills, such as the ability to work with wide variety of people, which were cited by 76% of the employees in their survey. LinkedIn's workforce report found leadership, communication, collaboration with others, and time management are the most in-demand soft skills, but nowadays they are rare to find in a candidature. In an interview with CNBC, he says interpersonal skills is where they are seeing the biggest imbalance. Communication is the #1 skill gap. Today, the essential skills of management need to have a sound fit and blend with current and future business trends of digital technology to reap the benefits of 4IR. Therefore, apart from being a good technocrat, a good soft skill and negotiation skills are paramount in order to bring in successful change. My objectives of the study through this literature survey was to recognize which domain or specialization influences MBA graduates of Tier 2 and Tier 3 MBA colleges, to understand the belief of employees' expectation and the discipline knowledge that affects their organization, and to foresee the sync of MBA program with the Industry 4 and beyond. The research methodology, a simple research methodology that we have adopted here, a simple structured questionnaire was sent through Google form to understand how the MBA alumni, how the MBA alumni gave the importance to their domain knowledge, and also the same statements were sent to the employees as well. The different statements in the domain knowledge which were sent that what was the knowledge that they had for the expertise, whether it was marketing, accounting and finance, human resources, ICT, research and business analytics, strategic management, entrepreneurship. So all these 7 statements we sent across, and we try to understand that in both these cases, in between the alumni as well as employers, we try to find out how information system, research and business analytics as a domain was rated compared to other domains. The inferences that could be drawn is that MBA graduates have specified very high importance on the domains such as marketing, finance and accounting, human resources, strategic management and entrepreneurship development, compared to information and communication technology and research and business analytics. This signifies that alumni across Tier 2 and Tier 3 MBA colleges are not in sync with what is needed by the industries, nor the MBA colleges are stressing on skill development in ICT and others. This is where students fall out short of skills and do not match with new business trends. Also, not much is thought about MBA courses with specialization in ICT, IS or business research and data analysis, which is called of Industry 4. Employees have stressed more and rated on very high side on information and communication technology and marketing stream. This reveals that most of the business in today's environment are run on ERP platforms, ICT platforms, and many are branding their businesses online, where knowledge about ERP, ICT, research and business analytics in e-commerce, I forgot to mention that, is much essential. Development of market is core for any business. Therefore, some exposure, hands-on experience should be possessed by the management graduates at the time of employment. The conclusion that can be drawn is that the inferences, what we can draw as per the findings is that Tier 2, Tier 3 MBA college students focus is still onto the traditional management courses, as new domains such as specializations like the ICT, that is information system, business analytics, etc., were not added in the MBA course. They were added as just a simple modules. Though few institutes had this specialization, students did not opt for that. Furthermore, industries are way ahead in configuring modern trends in technology, but academia is not in sync. To align with this industry requirement, keeping informed about modern industrial trends are essential ingredients to be on the go for the academia so that it can tune itself to technological changes happening around to produce more and more employable graduates. Therefore, ICT, business analytics, information system as a domain should be taken on top priority and be introduced as a specialization in the courses of MBA. Secondly, the change is inevitable and continuous learning is minimum requirement as of today to be successful. Innovations happen and they will keep on happening. This change can bring challenge and can put pressure on employers, the academia and the students to upgrade and be in tune with current trend. They need to embrace the changes in order to survive. This emphasizes that business schools will need to be ready to shape and configure the traditional rules of business in line with new brave world of fourth industrial revolution. Furthermore, how well the business schools and MBA programs takes in its stride this transition phase of 4IR will determine whether the innovation in technology will symbolize a boom or it will be a burden for the society in this century and beyond. The final last slide of the conclusion is, does the fourth industrial revolution is going to add another ray of dimension to the MBA program of 2020 and beyond. So we are in 2021 and to the academia as a whole, demanding for good soft skills, negotiation skills, leadership skills, technological skills from both walks of life as an academician as a management graduates too. This fosters confidence to overcome any resistance that may happen in upgradation of skills in industry, academia, and employment. Furthermore, if there is no attempt made in putting our best foot forward to get reoriented or to get reskilled to adapt to the future trend in technologies in this digital era, both academia and students will fall short of skills and industry may suffer. Thus, the golden rule is every stakeholder, whether it is academia or students, needs to accept the new rules of business and he or she has to be proactive and predict changes and be self-driven to learn new things and not completely depend on the institutions. That ends my paper presentation, and these are the references that I use, sir. Thank you so much, sir. And if any queries that be raised. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Hello, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar.
Yes, sir.
Sir, any session chairs can proceed with the queries.
It's a good presentation. Thank you, Sanjeev. No questions.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
And the next presenter is Miss Rish on cancer prediction using genetic algorithm in comparison to other machine learning algorithms.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. Yeah. Let me share my screen, please.
Yes, please. Yes, your presentation is visible and we can proceed with the presentation.
Oh, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I would like to introduce you with me. My name is Visham, and right now I am pursuing my PhD from Guru Kashi University, Talwandi, Sabo, Bathinda. And today I would like to present my paper for cancer on topic cancer prediction using genetic algorithm in comparison to other machine learning algorithms. The agenda would be, first I would be introducing you with my topic, introduction, literature review, research methodology, system architecture, results, conclusion, and future scope, references. First, I would like to introduce you with my topic, that is cancer research. Cancer is a major root cause of death among humans in many countries. It has been characterized as heterogeneous disease consisting of many different subtypes. The early diagnosis and prognosis of cancer type have become a necessity in cancer research. It facilitates the subsequent clinical management of the patients. Cancer has been a burden in India from last 26 years. and the highest increase among all therapy areas. Diagnosis of cancer takes long hours, so that's why I wanted for research to to prepare a diagnostic system for the early prediction of cancer. Now, motivational factor for my research is in India, according to 2020 report provided by National Cancer Registry Program, total number of patients suffering from cancer are 13,92,179, and the most common sites which people are having cancer are breast cancer, cervix, uterus, tongue, lung, mouth. And the report has shown the increase in both the sex. The main aim of my current work is to find best method of early stage cancer prediction, which will help in preventing the death caused through cancer. This research work mainly focuses on early prediction of cancer using different approaches of machine learning in comparison with genetic algorithm. First, how I would like to introduce you with occurrence of cancer. The cancer occurs when the process of cell reproduction goes out of control. It is defined as uncontrolled, unordinated, and undesirable divisions of cells. Cancer cells keep on growing and keep on dividing themselves their entire life by replicating themselves into harmful cells. DNA of cell when get damaged, it causes abnormal growth of cells, and these cells replicate at high rate. Cancer cells reproduce themselves and often form clump on cancer cell called tumor. Tumors are of two types, benign and malignant. Benign are non-cancerous and malignant are cancerous tumors. Cancer is malignant when tissues surrounds normal cells. As we can see in the figure 1.1, the normal cells are surrounded with the cancerous cells. When these cancer cells surround normal cells, then we can say that the malignant growth is malignant growth is happening, and cell malignant growth cannot be classified by single disease as it affects more than one organ of the body by taking place in internal organs or in blood cells. This is the comparison table. Table 1 shows the comparison of normal cell and cancerous cells. The figure 1.2 shows normal cell structure and the cancer cell structure. I would not like to separate it. Human genome. Now I would like to explain you what is human genome actually. Human genomics is a term that describes the study related to human genes. Using genome sequencing, one can find complete sequence of DNA at once. This genome sequencing is used as a research tool in current research. Human genome, there is a genetic variation present in DNA, which is linked to the progression of the disease. DNA copy number change is an essential measure to diagnose the cancer. Array-based genomic hybridization is a method that is used to monitor copy number variations. As there is the copy number variation increases, the flow of cancer, happening of cancer also increases. That's why I added this slide. This is a literature review. I have studied few papers, and they have some have used genetic algorithms, and some has used artificial neural network. Some has used k-mean and random forest. So in my current research, what I try to do is I have collected all these. I have implemented all these algorithms collectively on a single data set, and I tried to give a result that which technique is giving a better result. Now I would like to these techniques I have used machine learning algorithms that I have used for my work, that is genetic algorithm. Genetic algorithm is used in this current research to provide optimized solution for making decisions and obtain better result. These algorithms consider possible solution from given population. Test methods of genetics have become accessible to be performed in small size labs after human genome completion. Genetics and selection are two mechanisms of genetic algorithm on which population is based upon, and their solution is given in form of genes. It is motivated from principal evolution and natural selection, its randomization search method, and also optimized technique. These are the steps that I have used while implementing genetic algorithm. Use implementation operator, which tells from where to start the search, and if new regions of search are needed, then recombination operator is used. Initial populations are considered first, which has number of chromosomes that are made from genes. Then fitness function is used on every chromosome, and goodness is identified. Here, clustering problem is solved using crossover and mutation. LSTS operations is applied by genetic algorithm in which new and previous populations is compared. This is the flow chart of genetic algorithm. Initial population, then evolution of fitness value is found, max generation function is used, best solution is found, selection, crossover mutations are applied. Then naive bias, it is a decision support model which uses a Bayesian network and bias theorem with independent assumption among predictors. I haven't explained them much because these are the basic techniques of machine learning. For predictive modeling, naive bias is the technique that analyzes the data within each attribute, and for events, the evaluate conditional probability. During training, probability for each class is calculated to estimate the modeling of instances in training dataset so that class labels can be assigned to the problem instance. Naive Bayes provides a method for calculating a posterior probability, that is probability posterior probability of predictor class, prior probability, and the predictor prior probability. I have divided my data set into two parts, that is training and testing sets, and what I have applied on the training and testing set are these algorithms. Then is artificial neural network I have applied on these on my data set, and I have followed this algorithm in which I have first I have assumed E as a training example and C as actual output, calculated feed forward propagation as I have used back propagation algorithm. Then I have calculated my sigmoidal function, calculated hidden nodes, and both weights and output node values are calculated. Then I have calculated the error. For this, then random forest I have used again with on my data set. This is my research methodology that I have followed, that is randomization of my data, subdivision of data set in training and testing set. I have divided my breast cancer data set into training and testing sets. Then I have applied my optimization techniques using genetic algorithm, and further then I have checked my performance using various parameters, and then I have analyzed my results. This is my system architecture. This is my workflow, how I have done it. I have actually performed my entire research. First, I took the patient's data from UCI machine learning repository of breast cancer. Then they have the attributes of age, gender, tumor, stage, location, health reports, and many more. And then this data is taken, then features are extracted, those features like benign and malignant, which person is having the tumor or the one which is not having the tumor. Then I have applied all these classification algorithms on after extracting the features. Then I have analyzed and analysis and prediction is done. Then comparison of techniques was done, and the best technique was chosen as the result. The results and discussion part. The existing process is having breast cancer risk assigned dataset, which is taken from UCI machine learning repository. This dataset is divided into training and testing sets by applying different algorithms like random forest, naive Bayes, artificial neural network, and genetic algorithm. The proposed research prediction of cancer is done using different machine learning algorithms, as I have told before also. Genetic algorithm optimizes the neural network by involving connection weights. So the current new data set will be passed through the predicted model for the prediction. The patient level of criticality is being identified in this on my results. The genetic model based optimization is done to achieve the high level optimization of the scheme. These are the parameters that I have calculated: the accuracy, precision, sensitivity, specificity, and FPR. The true positive values I have considered are the one the patients are predicted with cancer and are having cancer. True negative are the values that I have taken. These patients are predicted with no cancer and also they have no cancer in real. False positive I have taken, the patient does not have cancer and being predicted as cancer. And false negative is taken as patients patients has cancer and is being predicted with no cancer. This is my data set description that I have taken. It has 699 instances and 10 attributes. All these attributes were in the different range, so I have normalized like from 1 to 10. So what I have done is I have just normalized my data into 1 and 0 so that it would be easy for me to find the number of benign and malignant cells. These are my results. A random forest, this is my confusion matrix for the random forest that I have come to know. This confusion matrix, I received the accuracy of 95% with random forest. And this is my bar graph for random forest. Naive Bayes, I have received my accuracy of 94% with the confusion matrix that I have given above. Now, this is the bar graph of Naive Bayes. And artificial neural network, I have calculated artificial neural evaluation I have done of training accuracy was 96% and validation accuracy 94%, came out to be 94%. And the neural network line graph is as shown below. Then I have calculated training loss. The training loss is the error that I have received in my current research, and the loss graph is shown below. Genetic algorithm, these are the results that I have received from my genetic algorithm. For run 1 and generation count 3 population, initial best fitness value came out to be 57 and percent fit, and population's final best fitness value are 51 and 34.0% fit. Its average fitness delta is given by minus 1.33. Similarly, for run 2, I have received my value. I have fitness values valued at 53, and my average fitness came out to be minus 0.44. And the results, these are the results that I have received in different runs, that is run 1, run 2, and run 3. Generation count came out to be 333, and most fit individual genotype values are given as shown in the figure table 9. And the conclusion for my current research is the proposed research prediction of cancer is identified using different algorithms of machine learning in comparison to genetic algorithm. Genetic algorithm used to optimize connection weight. I have used breast cancer dataset. Random forest is that I have used is in as an ensemble learning algorithm, which depends upon the several decision trees. And naive Bayes algorithm analyze the data within each attribute, and for the events that evaluated conditional probability. Backpropagation algorithm I have used to calculate. I have used here, and the experimental results have shown that the genetic algorithm has a topmost accuracy of 97%. And my future scope for the current research, my current work, and with this research work can be further be enhanced by incorporating fuzzy in selection function to improve the accuracy. There receives a reduction of data for increasing the efficiency of any technique. Genetic-based technique can be used for identification of optimized parameters. This will reduce the time. This will reduce the time of evaluation and the cost of evaluation for any selected technique. And these are a few references that I have used. Thank you so much. Any queries, please?
Thank you so much, Ms. Fish. So, any queries? We can proceed.
What was the sample size, ma'am?
So my database size was instances of 699, and my attributes were 10. So I have divided my data set into training and testing set, where my training set data size is 455, and rest I have taken as 456 to 569 I have taken as testing set.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next participant. Yes, sir.
We'll check up the time, in fact.
Yes, please tell me, sir.
We'll request all the participants that focus on to their results part only.
Okay.
And unnecessarily do not prolong it. So we'll keep watch of the time, in fact.
Sure,
otherwise
sir.
It will spill over.
Understood, sir. As per the schedule was given, so we will give 10 minutes as time for each participant. And if the time exceeds, I will inform them.
Yeah, Rishim, I have a question for you. Rishim Mehta.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Did you ever use some functionality to change the weights? In genetic algorithm, weights,
yes.
if you have applied?
Yes,
or...
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have changed the weights. Actually, this is my review paper. When I am currently working on the research work with DNA sequencing. So for that, all the people have worked on these techniques like genetic algorithm, ANN, and all this work is already done in different research with different techniques. But what I try to do in this paper is that I have collaborated all the techniques so that I can conclude that this technique is better, and so that this technique I can use with my technique, that is which I am working on, that is hidden Markov model. So I am trying to collaborate the genetic based data reduction with my hidden Markov model and Gaussian mixture clustering, what I am working on currently.
So all the functions like fitness, selection, crossover, mutation,
Yes,
have
sir.
you tried that with that data set?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have done this through my with the Python. I have done to the Python, and I have implemented all these algorithms. I'm
Okay, right. Okay, good.
thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Suhil sir and Sanjay sir. Thank you so much, Rish. The next participant is Mr. Balwinder Kaur on topic of predicting student performance in academics using machine learning approach, a case study. Mr. Balwinder Kaur.
Excuse me, sir. My name is Mrs. Balwinder Kaur, not Mr. Balwinder Kaur. Sorry for that. And is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, your screen is visible and you have a time of 10 minutes.
Yeah,
so
sure.
you can
No
start.
problem, sir. No problem, sir.
Thank you.
Just a minute, sir. I'm just a minute, sir.
Yes.
I think there is some issue. Just a minute, sir. Okay, fine. Now the screen is okay. Myself, Balwinder. I am research scholar from Department of Computer Science and Applications, Punjab University, Chandigarh. This is my initial study, which I have performed in my department only, so that I can work on further on my research. So it's predicting student performance in academics with machine learning approaches, a case study. During the course of my presentation, I will be moving on to introduction, the study objectives, the review of literature, statement of problem, methodology, experiment and results, future work and conclusion, and the references. As we all know, today the education is increasing. There is a tremendous increase in the education sector. And with the enhancements in the education, we have created huge volumes of the data, educational data, and we need some powerful means to analyze these data and interpret the results, so that the knowledge we obtain from these results not only help in the improvement of the quality of education, but also in the decision support and the education process at the all level. So taking into these things consideration, and due to these pandemic situations also, the objective of my research study is to find the most influential features which are affecting the students' performance, as well as to select the most suited classification model for the students' academic performance predictions on the basis of available student academic data with me. So for this course, I have studied a few literature, and based upon on my objectives, the entire literature review was divided into two parts. One was the performance related factors, where I studied different papers for finding out the various features which were affecting. And second was to study the various classifications methods which are being used by various researchers. So to summarize the things, the literature reviews, it was found that the university admission score, the number of failures, admission attendance, the grade points, these internal assessment, previous semester marks, these were the most influential factors which are being shown in the various studies which affect the performance of the students. And when we are in the second part of the literature review, where the various classification algorithms were studied, in these the various types of algorithms which were used were basically the standalone algorithms which were being applied from them, and mostly these algorithms belong to various families of the of classifications, and the most prominently used classification algorithm were that of the decision tree. So moving on to the statement of my problem, it is to predict the performance of students using classification techniques and to compare different classification techniques on the basis of their accuracy. So during this course, the different classification algorithms were implemented to categorize the students into 5 different categories, classes, namely the best, very good, good, pass, fail, on the basis of the various features. The proposed case study will help us to find the most influential factors of the features which affect the students' academic performance. And it will help us to check the effect of the feature selection on the classification algorithms also, like whether they are helping it move in the improvement of the accuracy or not, and even to compare the performance of different classification algorithms also. So for this particular case study, the methodology which was adapted was that I collected a primary database, student data set. On the collected student data pre-processing was applied, where the data was cleaned and balanced, and pre-processing was performed. On the processed data, I applied some feature selection technique to extract the influential features. And on that, finally, the reduced data set, the traditional classification techniques were applied. And finally, the training and testing of model and the analysis of results was performed by me. So the experiments were conducted using an open source software, Veka, which is initially I was just wanting to test various types of software. So initially I just worked with the Veka software, wherein because the data was collected from the department only, so it contains only around 100 instances, more than 100 instances, and with having 22 attributes. And end semester percentage was assigned as the class label, and they were divided into 5 different classes based upon the percentage marks. On this, initially the feature selection was applied. In feature selection, basically it's a process of reducing the dimensions, and where I was able to collect some subset of the features, and it generally helps us to optimize the efficiency of the classifier by reducing the size of the features. There are basically 3 types of feature selection techniques are available: filter, wrapper, and hybrid. But in my study, I have applied the the feature selection which falls under the category of filters. And all these filter-based feature selection techniques are implemented, and they can measure the relevance of the features based upon some internal data properties. So I have applied 4 filter selection features techniques: CFSC value, correlation attribute, gain ratio, and from this, they are all these 4. I selected these 4 methods because they were adapting different search methods were being used by them. And out of these, it was found that the 12th percentage, 10th percentage, internal assessment, previous backlogs, and all these were the most influential features which were selected by all of these feature selection algorithms. Moving on to the applied classification techniques. So initially, basic classification techniques or the standalone classification techniques were used in the data. These classification techniques have been categorized into different groups or the families, and these are described like they are the decision tree. There are algorithms like ID3J48, M5P, random forest. Then there are Bayesian network, the lazy learner, rules, and functions. And for currently my study, I have selected these 5 different families, and from these 5 families, I have selected one algorithm based upon the most prominently used algorithms by various researchers. And all these 5 algorithms are being implemented in 2 ways. One, without feature selection, that means all the 22 attributes which I collected in my study are applied, on which the results have been predicted. And second, the feature selection is then, so that I can do a comparison to see the effects of the feature selection as well. So for the performance analysis of these classifiers, to compare the process of I have used the accuracy, precision, recall, and if measure to compare these particular all the 5 algorithms. So when I have applied these algorithms without feature selection, that means I used all the 22 entire data set was being used. And because the data set size was small, so the training and testing was used performed using K crossfold validation, where the 10K crossfold was used. So for the ID3 in this case, I was able to find 74 instances were classified correctly. For naive base, 84 were done. By I1BK, 78 were correctly classified. By 1R, 75. And by SMO, 78 instances were correctly classified. And these are the other results. I will be just moving a bit because of the time constraint. I'm just explaining the correctly classified instances only. And when I applied the feature with the feature selection, that is CFS subset evaluator feature selection technique was applied. So in that case, I was able to correctly classify the 75 instances using ID3, and 81 was being correctly classified by the naive base, 69 by 1BK, 1R75, and SMO was able to classify 82. And similarly, with the evaluation of when by chi-squared feature selection technique was applied on these with these particular algorithms, so ID3 was able to perform correctly classify 75, 81 were correctly classified by the naive base, 69 by 1BK, 1R75, and SMO was 82. So if I want to summarize the results, so the classifier were when implemented without the feature selections, the performance of naive base was the highest, whereas 1BK and MSO were showing the similar type of performances. But with the CFS subset evaluation selection technique, the model generates outcomes which showing an improvement in the case of SMO and ID3 classifier, but there was no effect in the results of 1R, neither positive or negative. With the chi-squared attribute evaluator feature selection technique, the best results were given by the naive base, followed by the SMO, and there was again no change in the case of 1R. So there is an improvement in the accuracy of the models with ID3.
Ms. Balwinder Kaur, your 10 minutes is completed.
Sir, I'm just showing the one slide more. So I am completely.
Please try to finish it first.
Okay, sure, sir. So naive base shows the maximum value of accuracy percentage when chi-squared applied, followed by the SMO. So these are the comparative results in terms of percentage accuracy. So from here, I can see that the naive base is giving me highest percentage accuracy with the chi-square attribute evaluator, which is the 70%, and rest of the algorithms are not giving me much. It's only around 50 to 60% of accuracy. So to finally conclude my work, the case study was kept. From this, I was able to conclude that the naive base showed the highest performance for the current data set which I have used, and the case study was able to provide the analysis of the features and the effect of the selected features on the predictions, and it helped me to compare the various algorithms also. For future work, what I'm going to do is, this was a quite small data set, so a larger data set is going to be collected, and instead of using single standalone, there were many issues because the accuracy was not very much. So I'm planning to work with a multi-classifier system so that I am able to optimize the accuracy of the classifiers if possible. And these are various references which have been used. So thank you. That's it from my side.
Thank you so much. Session Chair, sir, any queries, we can proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We'll proceed with the next presentation. Ms. Prem Geeta Natarajan on stock price prediction by Simulink model with fuzzy logic toolbox. Ms. Prem Geeta Natarajan?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you can proceed with your presentation. The time is 10 minutes.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Either?
You can share the screen and start.
Yeah, the motion. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, it's visible, Chandwaji.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon to one and all. This is Premgita Narrajan, PhD Research Scholar from Kanji Mamunivar Government Institute for Postgraduate Studies and Research, Puducherry. My research work is on stock price prediction by Simulink model and fuzzy logic toolbox. Stock market is a dynamic, non-linear stochastic system. Non-linear means irregular in character. Stochastic means it is full of confusion. So in this aspect, predicting stock price is a great challenge. And fuzzy logic, a category of artificial intelligence, can be applied for stock price prediction, which comes under the computer logic and not under the Boolean logic. The objective of my work is to create a fuzzy logic model and a Simulink model in MATLAB and Simulink for obtaining instant results as whether to buy, hold or sell stocks. First, I have created the fuzzy logic toolbox in MATLAB and then I moved on to the Simulink environment to create the Simulink model. So in the MATLAB environment, whatever fuzzy logic model I have created, I have kept it in the workspace and further I have proceeded in the Simulink model. If I want a permanent copy of it, I have to go for the command write_fizz and read_fizz command. So these commands will make a permanent copy of my fuzzy logic toolbox model. So this is the model which I have created using the Simulink. The first four constant are the four technical indicators. The four technical indicators which I have used is MAGD, moving average convergence divergence. The second technical indicator is relative strength index. The third technical indicator is stochastic oscillator. And the fourth one is on balance volume. These four technical indicators are leading indicators which are used by stock market experts in order to predict the stock price. So for this modeling, I have to drag and drop from the library browser. Each and every block I have dragged and dropped from the library browser using the command SL library browser. And then after taking the inputs, this dark line is called as the mux. This mux takes all the inputs as one input and then it moves on to the third block, that is the fuzzy logic controller with rule viewer. And then if I run using the command, this green command, if I use this simulation, I get the answer in the display. If I want, since I want the number, the answers in numerical, I use the display block. If I don't want the results in numeric, I can go for scope. In my case, I have used the display command. In the fuzzy logic toolbox, in this third, in the MATLAB software, if I just keep the cursor on this fuzzy logic toolbox, a virtual image, what I have created, what fuzzy logic toolbox which I have created, that will appear in the MATLAB software. But here in the Word or PPT, it's not coming. In the MATLAB software, it is available. Next. So this is the technical indicators which I have used. The first one is moving average convergence divergence, RSI, SO, and own balance volume. For the first and the fourth one, I have taken the range of 0 to 10, and the RSI and the stochastic oscillator 0 to 100. So what is the rule relating to the stock market is, if the RSI and SO of this range 30, 70 and 20, 80, we have to have a hold. We have to hold the stocks. And if the indicators show an above signal line or upward line or below 30 or below 20, in that case, we have to go for a buy. And when we have to go for a sell is when the line is above 70, above 80, we have to go for a sell. And in case of MACD and on balance volume, if it is below the signal line and the line is downward, you go for a sell. So this is the fuzzy logic designer which I have designed in the MATLAB environment. I have taken 4 variables. First variable MAGD, RSI, SO and on balance volume. As many variables as we want we can create, but for my work I have taken only 4 inputs. And a recommendation, in this recommendation we have to set buy, hold or sell. That is being set in this recommendation. And in the middle part, this is the heart of the fuzzy logic designer. This is the place where we have to save the design what fuzzy logic designer. In this case, we have to save. If we save it just by giving control yes, we can't save. We have to use the command write fish, and if you want to retrieve it for further sessions, you can use the command read fish. In the fuzzy logic designer, the next step is creation of the membership function. For each and every variable, we have to create a separate membership function based on their decision base. Like for example, the first one, for MAGD, I have taken the range 0 to 10. Since I have taken 0 to 10, I have to set the variables for this MAGD membership from 0 to 10 only. Whereas in case of RSI, I have taken the range 0 to 100. So for 0 to 30, I'll be having a buy, and 30 to 70 hold, and above 70 a sell. So for each and every variable, either it a input variable or output variable, we have to set up the membership functions. The third step in the fuzzy logic. Finishing, sir.
Your 10 minutes time is completed.
Okay, sir, finishing up. And then, so whatever variables I have given in this fuzzy logic toolbox, I have to select one from each and every column, and then I have to give the add rule. As I select each and every item and I give an add rule, the rules will get added here in this place. And this is the final fuzzy logic designer which I have created. Here, this is the 4 inputs. 4 technical indicators of stock market, leading indicators. As we change the vertical line here in the inputs, automatically the recommendation line also will get changed. So as the input gets changed, the recommendation whether to go for a buy, hold or sell, that decision will be taken by the stock market indicators. Sorry, by the investors. So it is preferable to view the results as a prototype model, that is in the Simulink model for instant results, instead of going for a data set or a process, and it will be helpful for the investors to take right decision at the right time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Prem Geeta.
Yes, sir.
Since any queries, we can proceed.
Ma'am, this is Professor Thakur.
Yes, sir.
Had you predicted today's crash?
Actually, right now market is very non-linear, irregular, sir. So modeling and simulation is there, but the market is not right at this time.
Had you gone through any of the algorithm which is really true to predict the market?
Back propagation algorithm is working very well, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Prem Geeta.
Thank you
so much, Sanjay sir.
Thank you, sir.
The next presenter is Devi Tamara on factors affecting the decision of home buying by the millennial generation in the Greater Jakarta area during the COVID-19 pandemic period. Ms. Devi?
Yes.
You can proceed.
Thank you.
Starting.
Okay, good afternoon, Sir Sriniket. Good afternoon, and other panelists. My name is Dewi Tamara, and I will present our paper along with our colleagues, with Dr. Pantri, students Natasha, Ratno, and Robi. Our paper titled Factors Affecting the Decision of Home Buying of Millennial During the COVID-19 Pandemic, and we are from Vinnaras Nithyanantham University in Jakarta, Indonesia. Background. So we know that COVID-19 has caused pandemic that has hit many countries around the world. And it's evident from Indonesia's economic growth itself from the first quarter of 2020 is minus 5.32%. And according to Ministry of Industry, around 60% of industry was affected due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And although various strategies were prepared in various ways to restore industries, we are still struggling with this. Yeah. However, in the 2020, the Indonesian property market is expected to be good or to be vibrant. Property here, we talk about real estate, house, land, shop, building, or warehouse. And of course, who will be the buyer is a significant number of our millennial generations that is become very large potential segment that is worked by the property developers. And based on the Rumah.com site that the second quarter of 2020, there was a correction in property prices. And also there is a downward trend in prices since April 2020. And according to Chang and Lin 2015, for people in Asia, in determining home purchase decision, it is strongly influenced by the Feng Shui belief. So the Feng Shui itself is the belief that to live in a better environment that relate to the nature and environment around surroundings the house. And this affirmed by Xia and Lu 2006, who stated in the ethnic Chinese community, belief in Feng Shui can guide humans to live in harmony with the world and others and improve aspect of life, including luck. So as you see, this is Indonesia. So we are here in Java Island, and we focus our geographic location in greater area Jakarta that consists of Tangerang, Bekasi, and Bogor. So our research problem, due to the COVID-19 factors, we think that there will be influence on the decision to buy houses by millennials because of this situation. Because we know that the pandemic that has occurred has affected aspect of people's life and caused changes in the way of doing business and consumer behavior. According to Dontu and Gustafsson 2020, and including these customers of buying property business, which one of the business is severely affected by COVID-19. This is stated by McKinsey.com 2020. And our research will focus on millennial generation in greater area during the pandemic era, because this area was also the biggest casualties and also the people that affected in the COVID-19. So we would like to know how is the influence of home purchase decision, including the variables such as financial aspect, brand developer, access, and Feng Shui trust. Therefore, knowledge of factors that influence home purchase decision by millennial generations in the pandemic era is still important to fill the gaps in previous research and a basis for dealing with this pandemic. So we took variables as property purchase decision from Mulyano 2020 that mostly millennial generation will decide this home purchasing by several indicators such as location, accessibility, price, physical attributes, facilities, design, aesthetic aspect, developer reputation, and land ownership. And these indicators are taken into consideration in making home purchase decision by millennial generation. The second variables will be the financial aspect. When the property price decreases, investment in property increases. And according to Is and Lim 2030, that state that financial factors that can influence property are protection from inflation, low prices, low investment, and the amount of income and high interest rates. The next variables will be brand reputation, and from Rahadi's 2013, the study found that it is normal for house developers in Indonesia to mention their brand or brand in property advertisement to increase housing sales. The last variables will be the Feng Shui belief, because based on Chang and Lin 2015, in Asia, Feng Shui belief has become a significant factor in purchasing a home. So this is our research model and hypothesis. We hypothesize the first hypothesis, the financial aspect will be the significant aspect in purchase decision. Hypothesis 2 is a brand will be significant also to the purchase decision. Hypothesis 3 is of accessibility of the house itself. The location also will affect the purchase decision. And this last one is the hypothesis 4 is the feng shui belief is affected, will affect the purchase decision. So we conduct our variables. Oh yeah, and we determine the number of samples by using the formula of n multiply 5 to n multiply 10, where n is the total indicator question in the questionnaire, and the study itself has 19 indicators. Therefore, we have minimum sample size of 95 people as a respondent. We collect the data using offline and online questionnaires to the respondents in the greater area during this COVID-19.
Ms. Devi Tamara,
Yes.
ma'am, your 10 minutes time is completed.
Okay, thank
Please.
you. Thank you. I will continue. So we developed a questionnaire. Also, we took the validity and reliability measurement testing. So here are the findings and discussion. So we can see that these are the profiles of our respondent, and we think that this is already proper for our next analysis of discussion. So we found here that the regression result actually has showing the financial aspect is not significant to the purchase decision. Company brand is a significant, location is not significant, and the feng shui belief itself that we believe that this is in fact also the purchase decision is significant with the purchase decision. Our model shows 57% of R square, adjusted R square. It means that our model can explain 57% and remaining is not explaining by our factors proposed. So we conclude that our model of buying decision can explain our chosen variables such as financial aspect, company brand, location, and feng shui belief. The company brand and feng shui belief were variables that significantly affected by the buying decision from millennials during the pandemic. The interesting phenomena in this paper is the millennials will all attributes with the technology savvy, open, creative, informative is still considered traditional belief like feng shui to choose their home to live in. They still believe that good position of the house, not the location, can affect their long-lasting stay and belief of welfare that will be given by the house, the basic needs of the home sweet home. We believe we contribute at least two things. First, the millennials in Indonesia especially still hold on to traditional values to make safety and prosperity of their living. For buying such complex products and service where trust is important, the respondents show that still rely on the trust on the company brand and reputation before they buy the property itself. Second things, location of the house seem irrelevant now. Because of the easiness of the transportation and the higher possibility of work from home policy, and not only during the pandemic, but also for the future work policy. And this study also give insight that millennials prefer house and apartment to be their home. The further study of us proposed is maybe other belief. There is other variable culture to be chosen in buying a house, and this opens the new opportunity to map how the different belief can affect of the buying decision. This will benefit also the developer and business property owner in selling their property using the right marketing strategy. Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Session chairs can proceed with any queries. Okay, thank you. We'll go with the next presenter, Mr. Rahul Jikhar, on partial replacement of cement by sugarcane baggage as to jaggery as a admixture. Mr. Rahul?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you can proceed with your presentation, and the time is 10 minutes.
Yes, sir. Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, it's visible. You can start.
Okay, sir. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rahul Jichkar, and I'm currently working as an assistant professor in civil department in Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar College of Engineering and Research in Nagpur. So my topic for research was comparative study of strength of concrete by partial replacement of cement by bagasse ash with jaggery as an admixture. So the contents for my project was for this PPT is introduction, literature review, work done, results, conclusion, future scope, and references. So begin with introduction. Here comes the abstract. India is the second largest in major sugar producing countries after Brazil. Bagasse is the dry pulpy fibrous residue that remains after sugarcane are crushed to extract their juice. These bagasse further can be utilized in various other products as a raw material and also combusted directly in the boiler for power generation in sugar mill itself. There is generation of ash after direct combustion. So sugarcane bagasse ash is the waste product of the combustion of bagasse for energy in sugar factories, and it is further disposed of in landfills and is now becoming an environmental burden. In my project, 45 cubes were casted with the arbitrary proportion of 1 is to 1.5 is to 3, which is grade M20, and the curing days for the cubes were 7, 14, and 28 days. The main objectives for my project was to reduce the cement consumption for concrete for economic reasons and control environmental pollution, and to find out optimum ratio of bagasse ash to cement, to determine the impact of jaggery on strength of concrete, to find workability of fresh concrete with sugar and jaggery as admixtures, to determine compression strength of the concrete. Here are the literature reviews that helped me in my project. The first one was from Arun Kumar Jha, Anil Sanodia, Rakesh Rathod. Uh, Describes that the results designated that the compressive strength of hardened cement mortar containing different percentage of bagasse slightly increases with the increment of bagasse ash content up to 9 to 12% of bagasse ash content, and thereafter it decreases. The paper was published in the year 2018, and the other was Ankur Anand and Dr. A.K. Mishra. They posted the same content in their paper. There was just a little bit difference. Here are the other authors which also describes their papers about what they have found in their research. So moving next to the work done. The first stage was collection of material, sieving of bagasse ash. Third was proportion, and the fourth was mixed design. So stage two for is was batching of materials. Here you can see the cement. Here is aggregate. The mix. This is mixing of materials. This is a mixer which is used for mixing of all ingredients. This is molds for concrete. This is curing of specimen, and this is when after and this is the machine to test the cubes, which is known as universal testing machine. The materials used in my project was cement, which is ordinary Portland cement of 43 grade and Ultratech brand. Fine aggregates, which are passing through 4.7 mm and retained in 150 micron sieve. Coarse aggregate of 20 mm. Potable drinking water. Sugarcane bagasse ash with 0%, 5%, 10% replacement with the weight of cement, and jaggery. The mixed design was for M20 grade, the ratio was 1 is to 1.5 is to 3, and the water cement ratio was 0.5. Mixing was done by a mixer machine, thoroughly consistency achieved. The casting was done when casting oil is spread in the molds, and concrete is poured and compacted by using needle vibrator. The top surface was finished by trowel. Curing was done. We demolded the cubes after 24 hours, and we kept the cubes underwater so that proper curing was done. The testing was done. The compressive strength was compressive strength test is conducted on the cubes. So here are the quantities and of the quantities of materials which I have used for cement 5.04 kg, which is this column is for 0% replacement of cement. This is for 5% and this is for 10%. So you can see cement, sand, aggregate, and water, which I have used in kgs. In this column, 0.252 kg of bagasse ash is used and 4.79 kg of cement is used. And for this, the water is same for the all three quantities. Here are the results of my compressive strength on the cubes. So we can see for 7 days, 0% was 18.79 Newton per mm square. For 5%, 17.46 Newton per mm square. And for 10%, 16.44 Newton per mm square. And here we can see it is increased when we use jaggery with 5% ash. For 7 days, it is 19.91 Newton per mm square. And for 0.75% of jaggery with 10% ash, it is 20.87% Newton per mm square. At 14 days, here we can actually see it is increasing gradually, 22.18 Newton per mm square and 23.20 Newton per mm square. And also at 28 days, 23.30 Newton per mm square and 24.86 Newton per mm square. So here is the graph.
Rahul, sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Rahul. Your 10 minutes time is completed. Please wind up as early as possible.
So pardon?
Your 10 minutes of time is completed, Mr. Rahul.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Yes,
Here,
please wind up as early as possible.
yes, sir. Here is the graph showing compressive strength without jaggery. So we can see here at 28 days, the compressive strength is not increased. And here is the graph of compressive strength with jaggery. Here we can see the increase of compressive strength in the concrete. Here is the graph showing compressive strength of concrete after using jaggery as admixture. Here we can see everything is gradually increasing. Means the strength is increasing. So my conclusion for this project is workability increases when the admixture was added. Strength of the concrete improved with little extra cost and utility in specified situation. Jaggery as admixture gives preferable strength, steams and segregation and bleeding was less. Setting time is also increased as we use natural admixture, which is jaggery. The results show that the sugarcane bagasse ash is blended concrete had significantly higher composite strength compared to that of the normal concrete, so that we can advantageously replaced with the SBCA up to 10%. Partial replacement of cement by SCBA increases workability of fresh concrete. Therefore, use of super plasticizer is not substantial. It can therefore concluded from the result that 10% of replacement of cement by bagasse ash results in a similar concrete properties, and higher replacement could also be used with the slight reduction in performance of the concrete. The future scope for using this is the cement industry. Industry is the second largest CO2 emitting industry behind the power generation. It is found that each ton of cement production produce approximately 1 ton of CO2 emissions, which is one of the important greenhouse gases as global warming reasons. The partial replacement of ordinary Portland cement with such waste product is alternative solution for decreasing CO2 emission due to less cement consumption for construction industry. Therefore, the use of bagasse ash in concrete not only reduces the environmental pollution, but enhances the properties of concrete and also reduce the cost. It makes the concrete more durable. So I think it's good to adapt natural admixtures and industrial waste so that we can help Mother Earth to heal itself. Here are the references, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rahul. Session chairs can proceed with the queries. Okay. The next presenter is Mr. Bajish Balakrishnan on employment management using electronic human resources management and its impact in IT organizations. Mr. Bajish,
Yeah, am I audible to everyone?
can you hear me, Mr. Bajish?
Yeah, am I audible? Hello?
Hear me?
Yeah, am I audible to you?
You can proceed with the presentation. And yes, you are audible, Bajish.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so you can see the screen, right?
Yes, yes, we can see your screen. Please start.
Okay. So good evening, everyone.
And the time is 10 minutes, Mr.
Yeah. Is it okay now?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So good evening, everyone. This is Bajish Balakrishnan.
No, your time is 10 minutes. Please proceed. Thank you.
Yeah. I am a research scholar in Garden City University. So today I'm going to talk about this employment management using electronic human resources management and the effectiveness or the impact in the IT organizations. So basically, this is just to start with what is an EHRM is basically about human resources planning, which is more about HRIS, HR information systems. So EHRM definition comes from the planning, implementation, and application of information technology for both networking and supporting at least two individual or collective people in their shared environment of performing the HR activities in an organization. So EHRM or HRIS is basically a HR automation tool, which basically helps the organization to drive the certain modules of HR in terms of recruitment, be a performance management, e-learning, employee engagement, rewards, grievance and handling, and employee database. So these are some of the modules that are being handled by EHRM, which is a tool that is largely used in mid-size and large-size organizations. And this particular research that I did was basically in set of IT companies based out of Bangalore, where I have personally spoken to some of the HR professionals and collected some of the data where how they manage the employment cycle, how they manage the overall recruitment process in their organizations. So the problem statement and challenges is basically to analyze the performance of the recruitment in general, and if it is helping the organization to save cost, time, and effort in the recruitment sector by having an e-recruitment tool in place. So that is the problem statement. And some of the challenges in the IT recruitment sector, which is currently being faced by a lot of organizations. First is basically the overcrowded of the resources, and the companies actually don't know like how to hire and how to retain the talent. So that is one of the biggest bottleneck and that they are currently facing. And second point is again a very important point is the attrition, which is touching somewhere in between say 25 to 30% on an annual basis. So the first problem is basically the hiring issues, like whom to hire. On top of that, there are issues with the attrition, which is again touching somewhere close to in between say 20 to 30% on an annual basis. And the third challenge is basically the selective recruitment process, which means that in the IT organization, which is more like a technology jobs, you need high-end skilled people and you need high-end technology-driven people, be it a software developer or even a tester. So that's again a challenge that the companies are actually facing in hiring the right talent. So these are some of the challenges that the recruitment is facing, especially in the IT sector, and which is being highlighted here. So we will talk about the EHRM impact in the IT organizations. So the first question is basically why automation? Why automation is required to drive the whole recruitment process? And some of the benefits being listed are like the ability to reach out to more people in less time, speed up the hiring process to expedite the overall hiring process. And the third point is basically the storage of data at one place for easy access. The whole hiring process becomes more transparent.
and easy reporting, which means any of them from your bottom level to top management, if they are looking for certain reports in hiring, they can easily get with the help of the automation. So from the abstract, one of the workforce industry that is growing big and making its presence felt over the last 2 decades is the information technology sector. And as the last 20 years or so, there are n number of jobs being created for various age groups. And in this paper, what I have done is basically I have taken steps to explain the employment management process, which is basically driven by the e-recruitment or EHRM tool. And to explain the modalities, what I have done is basically taken the core model of recruitment and that is being linked with the EHRM to analyze the overall performance of the recruitment in the IT sector. So basically, there was a data collection that happened, and that was data collection happened with the HR professionals who were working in the IT organizations. About 75 people were interviewed with a questionnaire. On a scale of 1 to 5, they were asked to rate their experiences of using the e-recruitment tool or EHRM tool. And the kind of questions that were asked basically were the kind of e-recruitment tool that they were using to run the the whole hiring process. And some of the responses were like SAP, Oracle, ADP, which are like the big ones. And whether the e-recruitment tool in the organization is used for the recruitment process and how effective is it, and whether the whole process has improved after implementing the e-recruitment tool in their organization, and whether or not any improvement in reducing the cost, saving time by having an e-recruitment tool in their organization, and last but not least, the scope of improving the overall recruitment process in their organizations. So these are some of the questions that were asked with the HR professionals, and they were asked to give their ratings in 1 to 5 scale. And these are the analysis of the report, where as you can see here, there were maximum responses coming from 4 and 5, which means they are highly satisfied with the e-recruitment model that they have in the organization, which is basically helping them to drive the overall recruitment process. And that means that at least 85% of the people are in that category, and they're highly satisfied with the kind of process and kind of product they have in the recruitment division. And neutral, there are at least 10% of people are there in the neutral division, which means that they are not having any negative perceptions, but they are being moderate enough because they feel that the company can still do a lot better in the overall hiring process with the help of HR automation. And a very less population of 5%, which means that a smaller organization or the organization which is not using any HRM tool to support their recruitment activities.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bajish. Your 10 minutes time is completed.
Yeah, so I will just wind up with a conclusion. Basically, it is obvious from the data analysis that the HRM has a significant role in the company, and out of that, recruitment has made the employment exercises in the IT companies a lot easier. And to keep the momentum going and to maintain the required speed and efficiency in the IT recruitment, it is important to have an online tool that is fast and globally accessible. And to list out some of the benefits under e-recruitment, some of them are like, it helps to reach out the potential candidates very fast. All the data captured about the candidate profile and interview are made available to locate at one particular place. Transparent communication system. And the last point, of course, is basically to tap on the operational cost and providing an idea on how things are moving and if the overall recruitment process is in the right direction or not. So these are some of the conclusion notes that I have. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bajish. Any queries can proceed from session chairs. Thank you so much. The next participant is Mr. Abhay Kumar on machine learning approach for attack detection on network traffic data using NSL-KDD dataset. Mr. Abhay. Anup, can you hear me? Okay. We'll go with the next presenter, Ms. Pratiksha Prakash Manave on computer numerical code based drawing.
Yes.
Yes, you can proceed, Ms. Pratiksha. Your time is 10 minutes. You can share the presentation. Yes, thank you. Ms. Pratiksha? Please release the mute, Ms. Pratiksha.
Yes, sir. She is presenting the screen.
Yes, please start.
Yes.
Could you please tell me, is the screen visible?
No, it's not yet visible. No, it's not visible yet. Ms. Pratiksha? Can you hear me, Ms. Pratiksha?
I can hear you, and I am sharing the screen. The green box that you are screen sharing.
So your screen has not shared till. Okay, please rectify the problem. We will go on with the next presenter, Miss Mahamai M on sniffer mail. Miss Mahamai, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Can
you
you
can
hear me,
start the
sir?
presenting. You can start the presentation.
Okay, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, it's visible and your time is 10 minutes. Please complete it.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Our project is sniffer mail. And our main aim is provide a safe way of communication between people who are communicating through email. So basically, the normal email features have features like reading emails, and they don't have any proof for reading the mail. Or if we send it to a wrong person, means we can't rectify it. And we are sharing some confidential things through email. And when we send it wrongly, the people will see our message, and it may lead to some many they can misuse our messages or anything. So for that, to avoid those things, we aimed at providing a secured email system. And in this system, we can have the proof for reading the mail, like WhatsApp have double tick and blue tick, like that. Here, the people will have they will receive whether they have read the mail or not. And the notification will be sent to them. This and we also have we can also delete the mail if we send it to a wrong person. So what we are mainly aiming is to provide a secure communication. Yes, in existing system, we can't rectify the mistake that if we send the mail to a wrong person. the wrong person will get the mail, and they may have our email ID also. So there are many chances to misuse our personal data. And in this project, what we have did is we can delete the mail if we send it to a wrong person, or if we want to send the mail securely, means we can we have one feature like encryption. So we can also encrypt the message and send to them, and the receiver will get the key for that, and they will decrypt the message using the key. This is the architecture diagram. We have two types of members. One is admin and another one is user. Admin will like manage all those things. So first we have a login for administrator, and the admin have to decide how these two persons are going to communicate. They have two types of communication. One is friend user, another one is unfriend user. In friend user means there won't be any encryption, and when we give unfriend user, we'll have that secure communication, like we will encrypt our message and the key will be sent to the receiver, and using the key the receiver had to decrypt it. This is the user's architecture diagram. Here also we have login, and they can view the status, like if they are if they opened or read their mail or not. And we have three modules: user details, desired users, and mails. First, the user undergoes some registration process like name, address, mobile number, email ID, and here they will also create a username and password. And when they want to send the mail, they have to give the username and password. Tracking and notification aims at providing the proof for reading the mail. If someone sent the mail, means the receiver will get the mail, and once the receiver open the mail, automatically the sender will get a message that your receiver has just opened your mail and read. Like that, we have provided some notification system. Yes, yeah, admin have separate user and password, user ID and password, and admin only will have all these rights for the whole system, who will be friend users or unfriend users. These are some of the screenshots that we have implemented in the project, and this is the admin login. Here they can use they can give their password, name and password, and they can sign in. This is user details. Yes, once initially the user will go through a registration process. After this registration, the user details will be stored in the database, and these are the details about the user. And mail view, yes, this is the mailing system of a project. User 1 and user 2 are sent and received user, and the subject and what other messages will be here. Deleted mails. This is the mails that are already deleted, that are stored in the trash. So if we want to delete the mail, we can also delete it. This is the main thing. We have two types of users. One is desired user, another one is undesired user. Okay, like friend and unfriend user. If we in the status we are giving whether the person is friend or unfriend. If it is friend user, means there won't be any encryption that is performed on the message. If we give unfriend user means there will be an encryption. The sender's message will be encrypted and the key will be shared with the receiver. And using that key, the receiver will decrypt. And this is the user's login where they have to give their username and password, or they have to click in the below link new user, click here. If they click that means there will be a registration, registration module where initially they have to register using this. And this is the mail composing part. First, in the category, they have to give whether they are desired or undesired user. And then they, like normal mail, they can give their details and they can send the file. This is the inbox. Yes, we have here, we have two things, view and delete. If we want to delete the mail means we can delete by clicking this delete button. And if we want to view the whole thing means if it is a unfriend user, these things will not be same. There will be some encryption and we can't understand what they have given. So once we click the view, we'll have that decrypted message. Yes, and our system provides security to personal information and its user. So we can also enhance this project by providing some other extra features. And thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maha.
Thank you, sir.
Session chairs can proceed with the queries.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Maha. The next presenter is Ms. Pratiksha Prakash on computer numerical code, CNC based drawings. Pratiksha?
Yes,
Yes, please share your screen and start proceeding.
Is this visible?
No, it's not visible yet. Yes, now it is visible and you can proceed.
So, good evening to everyone. Today, I, Priyanka Solanki, and my group members Pratiksha Manave and Nikita Patil are going to present on a paper on the topic CNC-based automated drawing machine. So, these are the content we will be covering in our presentation. Slide change. So let us go to the introduction. In modern times, we have seen the powerful influence of robot on many science and technology fields. In the fields of education and entertainment, they are very much given us a scenario of the quality and reliability of these equipments and machines, and it is based on the various machinery.
Ms. Pratiksha? Ms. Pratiksha, can you hear me? Ms. Pratiksha? Okay, we'll go with the next presenter, Ms. Rutuja A. Patil on enhancement of mobile ad hoc network lifetime by energy efficient dynamic state routing algorithm. Ms. Rutuja A. Patil, can you hear me? Pratiksha, can you? Yes. Yes, Pratiksha, am I audible? Yes, please proceed, Pratiksha. And I think your network is not stable. Please try to check your internet connection.
So in the modern times, we have seen the powerful influence of robot on many. Hello.
You proceed, Miss Pratiksha. Pratiksha, you can proceed, no problem.
Good evening to everyone. Today, I, Priyanka Solanki, and my group members, Pratiksha Manave and Nikita Patil, are going to present on the paper on a topic CNC-based automated drawing machine. So these are the content we will be covering in our presentation. The further one. Pratiksha.
Yes, either Pratiksha or Priyanka can proceed with your presentation.
So going to the introduction, in modern times, we have seen the powerful influence of robot on many science and technology fields in the fields of education and entertainment. That very much gives us a scenario of the quality and reliability of this equipment and machine, as it is based on the various machinery parts and subsystems of machine to get preferred result. CNC is basically whose machine performance is computerized control. So in this paper, we introduce an automatic robotic machine with the skill of drawing art. The robotic machine is capable of drawings such as quality arts and or images. How one performance which greater accuracy. It is a challenge efforts to assign a robotic machine with graphic design and writing work required for the newest and most innovative as per our requirement. The drawing robot is designed to work with the help of Inkscape open source software for further research studying and mention in key to research and G code, in which the sender by using the most effective Benbox software here as an alternative for Inkscape. Inkscape offers a new drawing platform one for all the convert them into G code as required. The machine parts are designed to use CAD tools as its function will support it. The main purpose of this research is to develop a drawing robot that can draw complex drawing paper. A robot can have a powerful influence on training and other things educational objectives. This machine will not only encourage people to that they encourage in artist activity, but also inspire people to play an active role in an robotic and program. CNC machine plays an integral part in the machinery industry. These machines are fast, accurate, and flexible. The project motivates us to design and implement low-cost CNC machine for drawing purpose. The main function of the CNC machine is to draw the complex one, thus connecting both the PC and a digital numerical format control machine. As there is a great need in the market for accurate and low-cost CNC printing machine. For all the papers we surveyed, these three gave us a head start in the direction to achieve our project. The first paper was the CNC PCB milling and wood engraving machine. A new technique of PCB drawing method is used based on the following object that we came across and felt an important to list so as to refer later on while studying paper to prepare our project. In this paper, the objectives were to study different types of CNC machine using Autodesk software and Inkscape. The second one was the implementation of paper PCB using conductive ink 2D plotter. In the consideration is used the CAD software, whereas software like Eagle and LS were used where shown the tips would engrave substance in those wood supply activity. Its setup combination with the G code is sent to the make in working much easier through its mechanical part that have put together taken a load effort. Here, the main things we learned in the is the use of pulley, which we easily replace by the servo motor, which has its handle that moves in 180 to 90 degree, which helped us giving and written entity, in our case, a pen or a pencil that we used a free movement. The third one was the homework writing machine, which is a similar use in CNC, but as a machine which would help in homework completion, wherein it has the uses of L293 IC and have used the GRB shield, unlike the CNC shield. that is in a drawing machine, which makes it easy in progress as a wireless device in future. In this paper, it is discussed that G-code doesn't help much. Another product known as processing in the is taken into consideration. This device also uses Inkscape. Arduino is used to make this work as per the process. The further will be explained by Nikita Patel.
Yeah. So here is a system architecture and designing part of our project. So for CNC machine, we used Benbox software. So basically, Benbox software is a software and electronic control system. It makes things easy and it's also the most important part of our setup. It's G-code the image and generate using a Benbox. So basically how it works in commands and in given parameter. So for example, we use command G00, G01, G02, G03. So here G00 is used for a fast positioning and rapidly print. And like that G01 is used for a straight line and G02 commands is used for a circular clockwise and G03 is used for circular counterclockwise. So like the command is work here and G code is instruct provide to machine controls that test the most motor, where to move, how fast to move and what path to follow. So it is only supported by Windows OS and it can configure the microcontroller steps and the parameter. Whereas over here, the feature of the image is extracted and this firmware IDE provides for a plotter. So it on the software is principle of CNC machine. And it's utilized for open source software with our low cost hardware component to draw 2D drawing. So this is about the software part. Moving to the hardware part, here we use the microserver.
Ms. Nikita Patil, your 10 minutes time is completed. Please finish it as soon as possible.
Yes, sir, yes. Yeah, so in image there is show the hardware setup. So basically how we connect. Here we connect the Arduino to the laptop by using USB cable, and then CNC and Arduino is connected to each other, and 5-volt power supply is given to CNC and Arduino. And this is a basic hardware setup of our project. And then next is the fabrication setup for movement that stepper motor, which allows the working. So further stepper setup and the working part will be explained by my teammates Pratiksha Madam.
So on to the proceed of this dramatic diagrammatic the circuit diagram with main computer and seeing compared over the used as the servo motor, as you can see, which we have used motors, and the two motor which would help in action.
Ms. Pratiksha, your audio is not audible properly, and kindly please wind up.
Yes, so these are the which we are in and was in that we are by simply also to know that the project that would lead or we can produce be not this week,
Ms. Pratiksha, your network is not stable. And thank you so much for your presentation. You can close. We go with the next presenter, Ms. Ritujaya Patil, on enhancement of mobile ad hoc network lifetime energy efficient dynamic stating routing algorithm. Ms. Rituja. The next participant is Ms. Swati Prajapat on brand attachment and loyalty intention, mediating role of perceived value. Ms. Swati Prajapat. Ms. Swati Prajapat, can you hear me? Ms. Swati Prajapat. Okay, we'll go with the next presenter, Ms. Nithya Sharma, on a study of stress-creating elements among the women professionals in IT sector. Ms. Nithya Sharma, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I will be sharing my screen.
Thank you so much. And your time is 10 minutes. Please proceed.
My screen is visible. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes.
Please share your screen and you can start.
Yes, I will. Yes, sir. Is it visible? My
Yes, it's visible, Nithya. Your screen is visible. You can proceed.
Fine, sir. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Today's paper topic is a study of stress-creating elements among the women professionals in IT sector. So, co-author of this paper is Professor Dr. V.V. Kulkarni from Bharati Vidyapeeth Social Sciences Center. So, as we all know, that IT industry in India is a knowledge-based industry, and in various forms, and in very number of business objectives, it's accelerating economic growth, efficient governance, information access to government services, and information accesses. So, yes, so my study is focusing on workplace and women stress in IT industry. So I would like to talk about it. First, what is occupational stress? Is stress at work, which is defined in terms of physical or psychological effects in a person. So nowadays, multiple roles carried by women, which are heavy demands they face, level of stress that are high enough to contribute to health, and women working in an environment with little flexibility and choice would be a greater risk of distress in the climate of no voice. So they have to manage with their relationship with their colleagues, excess work, hierarchy pressure, organizational constraints, and ambitious roles and responsibility, fear of job loss, clients pressure, and level of comfort at workplace. So these are the major things which women actually face at workplace, specifically in IT industry. I would like to mention here that my study is basically based on the Pune city. I chose 4 companies: Infosys, Tata Consultancy, Persistent, and Cognizant for my study. So objectives of my study was to study the various determinants of occupational stress of the women employees working in IT sector, and the perception of women employees towards their occupational stress, and the consequences of occupational stress among women employees working in IT sector, and what would be the corrective measures to develop conducive work culture in IT industries, and the multiple roles of women employees at domestic level and at professional level in IT sector. So these are my objectives. Research design I chose for this study was descriptive research design for analyzing the problem on the basis of actual facts of social life. And the present study is mine attempt to understand the determinants responsible for occupational stress among women working in IT industry, specifically in Pune city, Maharashtra. So to meet the objectives of the study, qualitative methodology has been adapted. Relevant case studies has been conducted. And universe of this study was, I chose my companies, which comprises all located in different part of Pune city and enlisted in NASSCOM, that is National Association of Software and Service Companies. Out of 85 companies, 4 companies from different location was selected, where more than 350 women are employed. After continuous discussion and meeting with the authorities for permitting data collection from IT professionals, cooperation of the company was the base for selection of the companies for my study. So criteria for selection of the they should have 3 years of work experience in IT industries, age ranging between 25 to 50 years, and they must be engaged in software development, computer application field, generation of data or data management, storing or data mining, image processing or software testing, any other aspect related to software development, and they should be working in shifts. So the present study is confined to women employees of information technology industry. Random sampling method adapted for selecting the respondents who fulfill the above criteria. The sample size of the present study has been fixed at 384 women employees by applying appropriate sampling formula that I chose Robert K. Kajais and Morgan formula. So, and you can see here I chose the 4 companies, and that was the number. So method of data collection was primary data and the secondary data. For primary data, structured questionnaire I distributed to the women employees through their management because direct dissemination of questionnaire was not allowed in IT companies. So for secondary data has been collected from the different authenticated reports and journals. Tools of data collections inventory has been prepared for the respondents. This tool is more appropriate for the study of occupational study among women employees working in IT industry. Socioeconomic profile of the respondents were added at the beginning of questionnaire to get the background information of the respondents. So this inventory has been used for the data collection and it was modified too. So for which areas actually I covered in this inventory, that the first section deals with the basic demographic and socioeconomic profile of the respondents. In second section, it was the family stress level of the respondents, stress creating element at the individual level of the respondents, and with the stress taking place at the industrial workplace itself. And the last section was interaction of family life and work environment. So for the analysis, to satisfy the objectives of the study and get necessary analysis and interpretation to research problem, following statistical tests and design has been deployed. For this, I used this SPSS, that is Statistical Package for Social Sciences. So for analysis and interpretation of the study, socioeconomic profile of the respondent is classified under 2 subdivisions, that was personal profile and the job profile of the respondents. And personal profile, that their age, gender, education, marital status, number of dependents in the family and number of children was there. And for job profile, their nature of work, position, designation, company type, managerial level, salary, experience at current job, and the day's work overtime was considered. So these tables are for the
Dear
exam.
Sharma, your 10 minutes time is completed. Please wind up as much.
Sorry, sir, I didn't get it.
Yes, your time is completed. Please wind up as early as possible.
Sure. So these are the exemplary tables. So major limitation of the study was efforts had been made to keep the errors out, yet there are limitation of the study. Inferences may have been affected by the opinion of the various contributors. And this research was confined to the Pune city only. and the latest data not been available. The results are related to the feedback of the respondents. Respondents may be influenced by the colleagues, or some respondents may not be disclose the truth. And conducting any interview in IT sector is very difficult due to their heavy workload and other companies' protocol. My finding of the study was there are different type of stress found among the employees, like emotional stress, physical stress, and which actually affect their physical health, like blood pressure, loss of interest in work. Most of the employees are suffering from headache and backaches. The study shows that they face high level of stress, which may be due to their professional and personal reason, by which they are always under some pressure. And with the help of direct interview, one major issue is being observed that the main reason of stress among IT employees is work-life conflict. It has been found that companies are trying to play an active role in managing the stress of an employee. So this is the of action management should take to improve the workplace environment through their remuneration for extra work by providing counseling services, retirement, joining bonus, social security. So conclusion of this paper is occupational role stress for women varies with respect to the kind of job they take up. Personal coping resources of working women are also significantly related to the nature of the job they undertake. And there is a significant relationship between work-life conflict and occupational stress. Work-life imbalance is a big concern, as the majority of respondents lives in a nuclear family, which struggling to maintain balance between their work and family life. So the majority of the employees face severe stress related alignments and a lot of psychological problems. So these are a few recommendations. There should be, stress can be different among different employees. Thereby the management has to identify their problems, and it will help to reduce stress. And employees are to be given more emphasis on working conditions so they do their work with interest. Proper counseling should be provided on work related and personal problems, and support for a team of welfare, health and counseling staff. Stress management program focusing on different categories of employees at all hierarchical levels should be introduced to the employees. Yeah, and these are the references. Yeah, thank you. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Ms. Nithya.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
So our next presentation will be given by Ms. Kritika Chetia on determinants of social media usage by women entrepreneurs. Ms. Kritika?
Yes, I'm here. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible and you can share the screen.
Yes, I'll share the screen. Okay, is it visible, the screen?
Yes, it's visible.
All right, so I am Kritika Chetia. I'm a research scholar at GLS University along with my guide, Dr. Rajesh Asrani. I have a research paper on determinants of social media usage by women entrepreneurs. The research gap that I identified after understanding the literature was that there are a lot of research papers on women entrepreneurs and the problems that they're facing, the finance that they're not getting, the thing that they're not independent. Because when we see the ecosystem, there are only 20% now, 20% of the ecosystem has women entrepreneurs. So, which is very, very less. And also understanding a gap that is filled by social media for MSMEs to make their products available worldwide and give them a platform for advertising. So the objective of this study is to understand the determinants of usage of social media advertising by women entrepreneurs, and the second is to see how considerable business is done by women entrepreneurs on social media. Going through the literature review, so they say that it is actually social media has evolved in itself, and the applications have had such features wherein they've added features wherein entrepreneurs, be it women entrepreneurs or any big even luxury brands can do business, and it has become a two-way communication and added as a very integral part in the marketing communication, integrated marketing communication channel, social media. then understanding different platforms that have when I did a literature review, I found out 3 famous platforms that are working I mean, that are famous in terms of doing business, or are basically Instagram, Facebook, and WhatsApp for their own features. I won't dive into a lot of their features because that will take up a lot of time, and I have 10 minutes only. Just giving you a preview of Instagram was a very nascently started as a photo sharing application, is now converted into a completely e-commerce website, a kind of an application, e-com application, wherein you can do a complete business of have transactions and advertise. And it has cultivated features like you can add a tag on your picture when you post it and add how much it is for. So that integrated, that minute the features have been added in Instagram. When we talk about Facebook, it is the largest, it is one of the largest platform that has the largest membership. But in the recent times, Instagram has taken over Facebook. It stands as a social media platform for business, but not as that much that it used to have. It also has a feature of marketplace. Facebook has a feature of marketplace, but that is not explored that much that Instagram has. Then going on to WhatsApp, WhatsApp is traditionally a communication channel, but again, that is with the advent of exchanging multimedia that it has, it is kind of.
It's 5:30.
Sorry. Hello? Am I
Yes,
audible?
yes, you are audible.
Yeah, okay. Sorry. Sorry for the interruption.
But your session time is completed, Miss Nithya. Kindly wind up as early as possible.
Okay, all right, okay. So the research methodology is something like this. There are 159 women entrepreneurs. There is a regression model that I've used as a statistical tool. Scope that I've taken is from India. So to understand determinants, these determinants were taken from literature review. The first being engagement on social media platforms. Second being reach on social media, that the page or the women entrepreneurs that they get, and optimum utilization of the platform. This being the very important aspect. Going to the multivariate analysis. So this is the Cronbach alpha that was done. The overall was considered as 0.902, which is good enough. Going ahead, not diving into this more because I don't have the time. Oh God, okay. I will directly go to the regression analysis that I've done, if that's okay. All right, I'll go to the regression analysis. This is the regression analysis that was the regression that was done. Since I don't have the time, what I wanted to really focus on is the measurement that I've been able to understand, is that the constant being okay, engagement being the factor here. And if you see the, just a second, if you see the significance here, so basically it's all, everything is okay, but the only thing here becomes that the optimum usage of the platform has a very low beta value, which basically means that optimum usage of the platform is not as much of a driving factor for women entrepreneurs to use social media. What they want really is the engagement that they're getting on the platform and the reach that it gives them. Then going to the hypothesis of the same, this is what is on this next slide. um, I would still want to go to I think I can conclude by saying that the determinants of the usage of social media are seen as engagement, reach, and optimum utilization of the platform. With this, I would also want to point out that women entrepreneurs are not these. This is a very unorganized sector of women entrepreneurs. We're not talking about the entrepreneurial ecosystem that is existing and women entrepreneurs entering that. These are women entrepreneurs who are working from a very less resources that they have in order to be independent. They are kind of struggling at a lot of things when it comes to using that platform optimally. And there can be the implications that we can talk about is basically having more workshops, trainings for these kind of women entrepreneurs to make them use social media and give them a platform that they're already using and making the most use of it. The limitation and future scope of the research, I think that would be it.
Hope it's completed, Ms. Nithya.
Yes,
Sorry,
it is.
Kritika.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Session chairs can proceed with any queries. Okay. We'll go with the next presenter. We'll go with the next presenter. So Boske Vishal Bhoria on study of mechanical properties of sand extracted from overburden of WCL mines, the effective sustainable sand solution. So
Yes,
Vishal.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, thank you so much for your participating. You can proceed.
Yes, sir. Let me share my screen.
Thank you.
So just a second, please.
Yes, please share. Ms. Boske Bhoria, can you share?
Yes, I am just sharing it. I'm just signing it to the drive.
Please do.
Yes, just give me a second, sir.
And your time is 10 minutes. Please complete as less possible.
Yes, sir. Of course. Actually, it's taking time in sharing, sir. Yes, sir. Just a second. Sir, I just need to share it with my desktop. I'm not able to share it with my mobile. Just give me a second. So meanwhile, if just somebody else can do it, let me just give a second.
Thank you, thank you. We'll go with the next presenter.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Sheetal Sahu on analysis of effectiveness on the browsing behavior of web user using sequence variant knowledge. Ms. Sheetal. Ms. Sheetal, can you hear me? Ms. Sheetal Sahu. Ms. Sheetal Sahu, can you hear me? Okay, we'll go with the next presenter, Ms. Abdul Aziz Khan, on simulation analysis of different piezoelectric materials in men's cantilevers for energy harvesting. Mr. Abdul Aziz.
Good evening to everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Please, you can start your presentation.
Hello.
Mr. Abdul Aziz. Mr. Abdul Aziz, can you hear me?
Yeah, hello. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes,
Can I
please.
share my screen?
Yes, you can share.
Yeah, can you visible?
Yes, your presentation is visible and you can start.
Yeah, okay. Good evening to everyone present here. And I am J. Abdul Aziz Khan, research scholar from AC Department, Annamalai University, Tamil Nadu. And my project is about simulation and analysis of different piezoelectric materials in MEMS cantilever for energy harvesting. In this project list of contents, I'm going to discuss about the abstract, objective, introduction, energy harvester, structure of MEMS cantilever, beam, properties and modeling, simulation output and conclusion, and last, future research. And the main objective of this project is we need to design a MEMS cantilever for energy harvesting by different pieces.
Mr. Abdul, your audio is not audible.
Hello?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Can you
You
hear me?
proceed.
Yeah, okay. The next one is abstract. As we know, all MEMS energy harvesting technologies and growing in upcoming years due to its vast application. And also in recent advancement, it is used in wireless sensor devices to extend their lifetime. And also in this paper, I have used different piezoelectric metals is nothing but zinc oxide, lead zirconate titanium, and tellurium dioxide, and gallium arsenide. 4 different metals I have taken. And first I have simulated by using 100 hertz frequency. After that, the different parameters has been analyzed, and from that, which material is suitable for my application. I have taken fully cochlear implantable sensor as an application. Yeah, I am available, sir. And the next one is introduction. Here, MEMS technology, as we know, MEMS technology is an.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Abdul. Your presentation is not visible. Please share your screen and you can continue.
Yeah, okay.
Abdul, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me? Can I share my screen, sir?
Yes, Mr. Abdul, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, please share. Please continue.
Hello? Yeah, okay. Yeah, technologies and used in our project, and then it is used also day-to-day life. It is used, and we all know the size of the sensor. Why we go for an MEMS sensor is nothing but low cost. Size is reduced in terms of 10 to the power of -6 micro level, and the power consumption is also reduced by using this. And also mechanical sensors has been in research for so long, as the researchers are all working in fluids and MEMS sensor and actuators and all kinds by using biosensors, MEMS biosensors. The researchers are all working, and the main advantages were. Hello?
Yes, Mr. Abdul.
Yeah, okay. This is the structure of my project. I have used the base as an polysilicon substrate, and my different piezoelectrical material as a top layer. And for a particular pressure I have given, so that the deflection of a cantilever beam and the potential energy, but different parameters, and the von Mises test has been, these are the different parameters we can calculate from this MEMS cantilever beam. Yeah, by using the software COMSOL Multiphysics, I have designed a single cantilever beam. Here I have shown two materials. You can see here material silicon and gallium arsenide. Bottom layer is silicon and the top layer is in gallium arsenide. Here, these are the material properties. I have used 4 different materials. It's nothing but zinc oxide, PZT8, tellurium dioxide, and gallium arsenide. And these are the properties of these piezoelectric materials. So that we have to know this property, so that we can apply to our modeling equations. Here is a frequency modeling. Before simulating my design, I have to make the modeling. This is my modeling equations. So that I have, after simulating via MATLAB, we have to check whether the manual calculation as well as the simulation calculation matches each other. Here the simulation output of an, I have not given the 4 metals, I have given only the 1 material. Here I have simulated the different materials. Here this is the eigenfrequency. What I said is before is for low frequency of 100 Hz I have designed for all different materials. This is the eigenfrequency of an output and this is the displacement of it. And we can see the potential voltage here and the von Mises test of this material. And I have calculated, I have analyzed the material. You can see the outputs of the displacement, von Mises test, and potential voltage frequency. Frequency I have kept common for all 4 different materials. Here you can see the zinc oxide which gives a high potential as well as the displacement stress when compared to other materials. So zinc oxide is an excellent materials and excellent. Yeah, hello.
Yes. You can continue. And
yeah,
the time is going to
here I
complete
like
this.
yeah. Okay, I will complete it. And last, I have conclude the session. By this project, I have taken 4 different materials, and I want to do some thing find which material is an excellent material which is suitable for my application. Here I founded the first level zinc oxide, which gives the highest electrical potential displacement as well as von Mises test. So this material is suitable for my application. Future work of this project is, here you can see, here normal cochlear implantable sensors, they use a processor and they use battery. The how it works, the conventional cochlear implants, now the usage is going on as nothing but it will get the sound waves through the microphone and it gets into the processor, get processing, and they use an electrode array to communicate with an audible network to the brain. But here, for this future research work, we can use the different cantilever beam with a different resonant frequency. I have the human speech level from 300 to 3100 hertz. So I have designed for each and every cantilever, I have fixed some frequency level so that I can place this complete design into the tympanic membrane of an eardrum. The sound gets enter into the to the design of the cantilever beam so that the particular frequency is recognized and it will start to deflect, so that the deflection gets into the cochlear implant and matches the frequency with an cochlear implant, and then it will send sound waves to the auditory nerve to the brain. This is my future work of my project. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Aziz.
Yes, sir. Shall I present Bahuria? This is.
Yes, please, you can present.
Yes, sir. Let me share the screen.
Yes, your screen is available now. It's visible.
Yes.
You can proceed.
Yes, sir. Very good evening to everyone. Now, yes. So the title of my project is Study of Mechanical Properties of Sand Extracted from Overburden of WCL Mines, Effective Sand Solution. So the study is presently based on the concern with the extraction of the sand and utilizing the substitute of the sand in the construction industry. So this is the content of my presentation, that is introduction. It will consider a brief literature review, case study of a Bhanega open cast coal mines from where we are trying to extract the sand from the overburden coal mine, experimental program, result discussion and conclusion. So this present study focuses on finding the sand solution. Now, as we all aware that conservation of natural resources and preservation of environment is the essence of any development. And therefore, as sand is the sand, or we call it as a fine aggregate that is used in the concrete, is a very important component in formation of a concrete. And availability of a natural sand is getting depleted day by day. So, and again, it's an environmental concern because extraction of natural sand is now being banned, but there are uncontrolled extraction and that need to be hold on. In case of a literature review, particularly as I already told you, the present study is based on overburden, using or extracting the overburden of the coal waste. Whenever coal is extracted or whenever coal is needed to be extracted, a large area of a land is to be evacuated. So the dust or the mud which is generated from the overburden, that is just a nuisance to the environment. And in particular literature review, the researchers have tried to find the substitute, or they have tried to use the byproduct from the coal waste, which can be productively used in construction industry. So I won't be going much in detail of this, but I would rather concentrate on this case study. That is the case study of the Bhanega open cast mine. Bhanega open cast mine, that belongs to the Western Coalfield Central Government project, and it is located in the Nagpur area. And these are its particulars. The excavated area, that is 146 hectares. And as you can see on the screen, the external overburden dump, that is 245 hectares. And while carrying out the excavation process, there appears to be a sand patch, and maybe earlier in the earlier period there might be some river which has been now dried up, but then they observed a layer of 8 meters during the extraction of the sand. And then it was an aim of the central government Bhanega open cast mine to use this to extract this sand from this overburden mud and to check its feasibility to be used in the construction industry. So they prepared a prototype, they prepared a model, working model, and these are the components of the segregation plant on which they tried to extract or separate the sand particles from the mud particles. And then it has been passed through the segregation process, screening process, and ultimately a product is reached where we can compare the sand extracted to the natural sand which is available for the construction industry. This is the execution of the experimental program. Very first was the procurement of the material. Its material properties were tested in the laboratory, and then in this particular study, only the mechanical properties were studied, but in a long-term process, its fresh concrete properties, hardened concrete properties needed to be tested in order to test the long-term performance. So this is just a flow diagram of how the experimental program has been carried out. Yes. Now, when we talk about the properties of a sand, the various properties of a sand were the sieve analysis, then silt content, specific gravity, water absorption, and bulk density. So, and bulk density, these were compared with the available IS code for the natural sand, and we can see the comparison of the natural sand and the extracted sand. Natural sand lies in the zone 1, whereas an extracted sand lies in the zone 2, which is as par with that of the Indian Standard Code, where the silt content available in the natural sand were 3.77%, whereas the silt content in case of an extracted sand was much less, that is just 2.52%, which is much more less than that as compared to the Indian standard. Again, with respect to the water absorption and the bulk density, these were at part with the natural sand and within the acceptable limits. Again, an approximate cost analysis was carried out as compared to the market rate, which is much higher than the sand which is available in market. The extracted sand was just 254.45 rupees per cubic meter. So that is again a very good sign of relief for the construction industry. And the Bhanega open cast mine has been started supplying the sand to the NITs and various other industries, so that the use of this extracted sand can be increased. Let me just go to the conclusion part. With respect to the comparison of the natural and the extracted sand, this extracted sand comes under zone 2, which is again an acceptable range. And the silt content was found to be 2.52%, whereas the specific gravity of the extracted sand comes out to be 2.59. All these properties of natural sand were within the acceptable limits of Indian standard codes. And therefore, the coal mine, the Western coal mines found the extracted sand to be a sustainable substitute of the natural sand. The cost analysis of the extraction and the setup of the segregation plant goes about just 250 rupees per cubic meter, which is much more less than the current rate of the natural sand. And also, as I already told you, they have started supplying it to the various construction industries as well. And therefore, it can be very much concluded that the extracted sand can be found as a most economical, sustainable substitute for the natural sand, and which again goes with the sustainable development.
Ms. Bosque,
yes, sir.
your time is completed. Kindly
wind up. Yes. I've just finished it, sir. So these are the references. And thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We go with the last participant, Ms. Sheetal Sahu.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Kindly.
May I share the screen?
Yes, please share.
Okay. So is it visible?
No, it's not visible. At the middle of your screen, you can see an option called Share Screen.
1 minute. Okay, na?
Can you please share the screen and start?
Yes, sir. I had shared.
No, Sheetal Sahu, we have
1 minute. 1 minute, sir. 1 minute.
Yes. Now it is shared. You can start.
Okay.
Your time is 10 minutes. Kindly wind up as early as possible.
Yes, sir. So, myself, Sheetal Sahu, I'm a research scholar. My paper title is Analysis of Effectiveness of the Browsing Behavior of Web User Using Sequence Weight Knowledge. Abstract, a number of web users worldwide regularly follow the web to share their information, converse various topics, share, stay connected, and obtain information. As a result, enormous amounts of data are generated by the web users, and then one could employ this data to obtain useful predictions of certain web user related behavior. There are many platforms where web users could communicate and exchange information. These platforms comprise of social networks and digital communication networks. In this research paper, the effectiveness of the browsing behavior of web user is analyzed using sequence-weight learning. The outcome shows that the proposed personalized recommendation framework using the competence scoring process for sequence-weight learning able to achieve significantly higher accuracy. The investigation results of web usage also shows the personalized framework predicts future items reliably and could be employed to automatically recommend next items to intended web users. Web users' behavior on web. A numeral of web users worldwide regularly follows the web to share their information, converse various topics, share, stay connected, and obtain information. As a result, enormous amounts of data are generated by the web users, and then one could employ this data to fabricate useful predictions of certain web user-related behavior. These predictions could be employed in a variety of domains, including products, marketing, finance, social dynamics, public health, and politics. The consequences of this are that an increasing number of researchers have been attracted to this study on this subject. And some of these web access platforms are social networks. These are Facebook, Twitter, and digital communication networks, that is Yahoo, Google, Microsoft, etc. Models of web user behavior on the web are in two large groups, that is a dynamic model and second one is graph-based model. A dynamic model characterizes the behavior of an object on time, and graph-based model, the graph-based model presumes that the graph is employed for modeling web user behavior. Extracting features for prediction. These are of content, node, and structure. Contented features are extracted from the data, for example, the number of persons, and the node features are associated with the information of web users. The structure features are related to the matrix of the topological structure of the network. Complexity of feature extraction are standardization, aggregation, normalization, and non-linear expansions. Standardization, the feature could signify comparable objects and be measured in different units. For instance, two dissimilar features represent the same dimension, but the first one is in seconds and the second one is in minutes. The standardization prevents this from happening. And aggregation involves several features aggregation. Normalization employed to eliminate the requirement of a feature on the size of features. And non-linear expansion, in case of the problem is very hard and complex, the available feature do not enough to drive respectable results in the form of accuracy of predictions. Here we are using sequence weight knowledge for next item predictions. This is the formula that we are taking here. In this, the personalized count and support to obtain into account the learned sequence the weight, so that the web user specific sequence knowledge is efficiently exploited by the proposed framework to personalize the sequential mining. Here, sequence SI is element sequence database and learning weight WSISQ. With respect to the web user sequence SQ, the count of sample X in the sequence database is count X SQ equals to summation ST WSISQ. The next one is the equation sums the weight of all the sequence that contain the sample X such that in higher count X SQ means a higher support for sample X in the sequence database. Now, next task is to count the sample support. The sample of X in sequence database defines support X SQ equals to count X SQ, where the denominator is the entire sequence, the weight in the sequence database. This is the algorithm personalized sequential mining based recommendation. Shall I read this also? Hello.
No, not required. Not required. You can continue.
Okay. Okay. This algorithm we are used for mining based recommendation. Now this is the graph to test dataset and analytical tool MATLAB 2016A is employed over the dataset. The database size from 50,000 to 1 lakh sequences are there. Here we are seeing this A graph and B graph. In this figure B, improvement in time taken as a result of personalized learning framework. This is the performance on MSNBC dataset, that is web dataset we had taken here. Here we are seeing that this no sequence the weight showing the applicability 40%, recall 0.1, precision 0.3, and F1 measure 0.32. Like that, recognition is giving 0%, then recall 0%, precision 0%, F1 measure 0%. LCS relatively showing 15% in applicability, and recall 32%, precision 15%, F1 measure 20%. Cosine sim showing applicability 10%, recall 20%, precision 10%, and F1 measure 20%. Here competence scoring is showing 80% applicability, recall 40%, precision 50%, F1 measure 140%. Here competence scoring is showing best performance. This is the conclusions. The approach of sequential mining for web user behavior allow one to extract semantic group of features linked with web users, their relationships, messages, temporal and structural features. The proposed approach for feature extraction shows that using structural and temporal features is advantageous for the accuracy of a forecasting, but extracting such features could significantly enhance the time of a feature extraction. As a consequence, a guideline for selecting the constructing an efficient feature set based on the classification is proposed. The proposed approach for feature mining shows that using temporal feature is advantageous for the accurateness of a prediction, but extracting such features could increase the time of feature extractions. The research does show that our personalized framework predict future items reliably and could be employed to automatically recommend next items to intended web users. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sheetal. And thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
I would like to thank all our session chairs to be a part with us and make this conference successful. On behalf of IFERP, I heartily thank all the delegates and students who have contributed to the conference success. Thank you all for participating in our conference. Stay tuned with us for more updates regarding the IFERP conferences.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much,
Thank you, one and all.
Singh Thakur, sir, for your valuable suggestions and feedbacks given to our respective members.